Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund, welcome to our in-memory honor roll call. I am Juliana Blaylock, Outreach Manager for the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund. VVMF is the nonprofit organization that built the wall in 1982, and the in-memory program is just one of the ways we honor those who served in Vietnam. This special event is part of the 40th anniversary of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. Today, we'll read the names of all those inducted into the in-memory program from 1993 through 2021. These 5,125 veterans served their country in Vietnam, returned home, and later died, and their sacrifice will forever be remembered here. Thank you to those who traveled to be with us here today, and thank you to all those watching online. The names will be read in the order these veterans were taken from us, and each volunteer will read 15 names. Please know that we're doing our best on pronunciations. We hope to make all of you proud. It is now my honor to read the first 15 names. Peter A. Dewey, Wallace Buford, James B. McGovern, Jackie Allen Young, James Raymond Arsenault, Jackson William Findling, Leo Joseph Roundhorst, James David Tate, Henry Francis Bernacki, Douglas Arnold Half, James Woodrow Johnston, George Michael Now, Joseph Samuel Frew, Joseph William Craig, James Pierce Powell.
David William Agnew, Donald Merle Remington, William Bradley Brion, Michael A. Pomerary, David Edwin Walsh, Jimmy Ray Wilson, Douglas Maury Webster, Johnny Roop Bowers, James David Edwards, Norman C. Bowers, Wayne Stephen Meacham, Ralph Richard Barzano, John Timothy Lyons, Stanley Leo Hudson, Stephen J. Perry, Dennis William I. Never forget all our veterans.
Robert Crisco, Stephen Louis Dungus, James Merritt Reeder, Jerry Lawrence Degnan, Carol Richard Wilkie, Albert Kirtley Jones, Carol Hugh Pender, Donald James Stebbin, Robert Richard Harvey, Donald Arthur Cook, Merle M. Bissell, Stephen Allen Jones, Michael Murphy, James Norman, Keith Alfred Reeder, Vincent James Ursulo.
Kenneth Ray McGuire, Herman John Volmer, Larry Preston Smalling, James Howard Franks, John Joseph Ledoux, Theodore Charles Lopez, Harry Callan Shoup, Robert Edward Ayers, Andrew Asa Sharp, Kenneth Leslie Roberts, John Peter Potente, John Terrell Whitson, Francis Theodore Cadwallader, Robert Frank Taylor, Gary Edward Peel, Charles James Vion,
William Ralph Wall, Frank Ray Grimes, Daniel Earl Wiggins, Edward Dennis Coletta, Raymond Dallas Tyslet, William Temple Litton, Charles Koppel, Raymond J. Iwanowski, Roger Lee Taylor, Raymond William Reich, William Lee Beaver, Terrence Michael Reynolds, Harry David Nez, Bernard John McGarvey, Dennis Michael Williams, Gary Carl Koch.
Lori Kirby O'Neill, Vincent Joseph Kelly, James Herbert Jansen, Philip Spencer Lawing, John F. Schmidt, Walter Francis Moore, Jerry Holder, James Francis Welter, Virginia Kirsch, William Bryan Hetty, William J. Bates, John Harold Zidema, Paul Spencer Scott, Henry Winslow Moore, William Prince Wheeler, Irwin Benton Mayer.
Stanley Gust Johnson, Michael Martirosian, James Arthur Murray, Alan Jean Goring, Raymond Post, Henry Ford Driver, Kenneth Lewis Lamphere, James Allen Sanders, Gino Tuvalu, Francis Joseph Turney, John James Patton, Timothy Edward Cannon, Stephen John Suchamelli, James Moorhead Millen, Patrick J. Sheehan, Paul Eugene Baltzel.
Forrest Daniel Wolfname, Frank Edward Lewis, Andrew Craven Cottle, James Allen Roos, Richard Henry Gonzalez, Marshall Moeller Swain, Terry Truman Burdett, Ronald Joseph Becker, Walter John Almgren, Ernest James Simpson, Leon Bruce Sengstock, Raymond Walter Sinclair, Vital Charles Lamontagne, Thomas Richard Code, Edward L. Van Slyke, Frank Raymond Schneider.
Charles Curtis, Gary Stephen Reed, James Robert Turnbull, Henry Mesa, John Ray Boringer, William Albert Larson, Vincent John Banda, John Leland Lurson, James Elvin Rattery, Michael Andrew Wakefield, Joel Michael Goodall, Thomas Francis Nichols, Alan Burton Hurd, William David Jones, Patrick E. McDaniel, James Merle Otto.
John Henry Bauer, James Lewis, Robert Foster Noel, Robert Wayne Zillinger, Jerome Holmes Yeager, Wallace Robert Smith, Tommy Curtis Wilson, Peter Pera Lujan, David Arthur Lemieux, Francis Michael Duffy, Ron Burton Goodwin, Brian Macaulay Hall, William Lee Trott, Roger Owen Gunnings, Cletus Anthony Rooney, Lyle Harold Wax.
Kenneth Dwayne Lauritsen, Joseph Martin Snyder, Harold Ray Wicke, William Anthony DeMel, Gabriel Michael Bathory, Theodore Crutcher Hall, Robert Edward Flynn, Paul Leonard Gladden, James Lee Fernie, Robert Stephen Carley, Melvin James Wright, Sylvester James Kennedy, Philip John Gitz, William John Bates, Richard Howard Hall, Joseph Francis Mudd.
George Alfred Wildridge, Frank Joseph Micus, Harlan Otto Graybull, Donald Gilbert Kunsel, Edward Earl Steiger, Gerald Francis Shears, Charles Augustine Phelan, Carl Henry Berglund, Paul Henson, Charles Robert Massey, John Antone Hatuno, Paul Edward Kane, Thomas Andrew Stanton, Conrad Albert Rondeau, Ernest Levon Gilmore, William Lawrence Fisher.
Paul Lewis Glass, Brian Edward Bukunovich, William Peter Turk, Gerald Wayne DeConing, Robert Jerome Malachowski, Ernest Richard Stedman, Sheldon Mark Klink, Joseph Alex Jacobs, Franklin Delano Hill, Dennis Gerald Edwards, William Clayton Stewart, Thomas Joseph Drudy, Douglas Lawrence Sulik, James Conrad Pope, Stephen Ray Summers, Theodose Davis.
Peter James Reedy, Billy Lee Percy, Leonard Clark Gano, John Wilburn Schneider, George Edward Flannery, Larry Gordon Pulley, Bobby Lewis Singley, John Burke Williamson, Kenneth Luther Wonacott, Richard Lewis Allen, Dennis Dolph Walker, John Clinton Garber, David Alfred Peets, Clark Allen Chamberlain, William Dennis Sleva, Jean Lynn Breeding.
William Victor Noah, Melvin James Mellum, Richard Gordon Larson, Frank L. Guzzi, James C. Fluck, Philip Donald Rochester, David Lee Young, Donald Frederick Mason, Gary Allen Smith, Anthony Joseph Peters, Roy Shepard, Robert Terry Barber, William Francis O'Connell, Brian Edward Melieur, J. Lee Wolverton, Howard Conklin Wendell.
Stephen Robert Purchase, Carl Kenneth Ropas, Dallas Crawford Dixon, John Joseph Larkin, Robert Eugene Owen, William Robert Siegel, Richard Keith Morrow, Howard Thomas McCormick, Glenn Hockaday, John Lewis Justice, Robert Charles Kennedy, Jack David Madison, William John Mitchell, Wenceslas Joseph Grace, Robert Cyril de Muhlemeister, Albert Ernest Obertine, Lyle Harold Weatherwax.
Ralph Lawrence Roan, Michael Andrea Wolford, Donald Joseph Baird, Ronald Gary Martin, David Keith Freer, Richard Donald Kilborn, Michael Ray Rusak, Sammy Alexander Weinstock, Dominique James Rotolo, David Ray Lewis, James Patrick Gillespie, Stephen Winfred Wedding, Paul Harold Boger, Shirley Mack Watson, Terry Arthur Bowles, Larry Philip Frank.
Kerman Quinton Hibner, Harry Vincent Hurst, Dennis Lee Brask, William Michael Palmer, Michael Lynn Parrott, David Hardin Tout, Frank Winchester Searles Jr., Walter Roy Brennan, James Arthur Patton, John Richard Bazin, Jeffrey Joseph Zembritsky, Douglas Allen Pickle, Nils Anderson, Charles Robert Cernay, Gary Allen Peck, Russell Allen Dalton.
Gary Paul Hammond, Warren Glenn Jackson, Robert M. Kofod, David Wayne Larat, Kevin George Renigan, Joseph Paul Kratochville, Thomas Edmund Fortunato, Michael Robert Jameson, Edward James Duffy, Harold Russell Bergstrom, Robert Eugene Grass, Gregory Andrew Hoffmeister, John Joseph Rogan, Frank Berkeley Kohler, Robert Carl Pierce, David Lloyd Smith.
Paul Edward Spitaleri, Anthony Mark Minutolo, Raymond Franklin Whitby, Charles Anthony Ackley, Hubert Mercarison Jr., Adolph Thomas Seha, Richard Allen Curcio, William L. Brown, Kevin Anthony Bedreau, Joseph Adrian H., George William Shirley, William Thomas Borden, Stephen Lee Eldridge, Henry Joseph Hegarty, Ronald Kirkland Kingsley, Dale W. Roy.
Michael J. Rogers, Edward Green, George Jr. Draper, John Franklin Rolls, Daniel Stephen Sturse, Johnny Joe Simpson, Neil Owen Rusick, Michael Yelka, Charles Edward White, Gerald Eugene Hattera, David Eldon Sheffers, Thomas Joseph Garbarino, James Warren Bazell, Daniel Thomas Drury, Lawrence Edgar Flanagan, Charles Paul Larson.
Leslie Weisberg, John Albert Fayola, Ernest Taft Riddle, William Anthony Stana, Thomas Frank Ferreira, William John Wallace, Joseph Robert Butler, Roy Roger Swanson, Melvin Lee Osler, Stephen Johansson Martin, Kenneth J. Buck, Paul Peter Carroll, Charles Wesley King, James Edward Starks, Henry Franklin Brown, John Francis Toole, Stefan J. Perry.
Devin Allen Kripe, Joseph Edward Harvin, Ronnie Keith Price, Reginald Alfred Bennett, Paul Marshall Hensley, Glenn Dale Adams, John Ward Marbury, James P. Hinton, Larry Hobart Byerly, Richard Roy Delaney, Anthony Clayton Long, Richard Spencer Webb, William Darrell Waters, Bernard John Dusma, Halford Ross Bishop, Michael Owen Carolyn.
Dennis Peter Leans, Vincent Leo Grand, Gerald Wayne Hyman, John Pershing Ashley, Donald Floyd Trent, Robert Joseph Vlamink, William Gilbert Joyner, Lowell Jerry Meacham, Richard Andrew Markiewicz, Wilbur Joseph Gunzelman, David John Grimley, Albert Francis Fadali, Paul Francis Brady, John Carlton Burr, Milton Boyd Wood, Wayne Floyd Police.
Anthony William Demila, Paquale Anthony Chuka, Richard Henry Roshkolb, Ronald Morgan Bernhardy, James Mazon Mikal, Edward Glenn Bergseth, George James Garcia, Larry Don Hall, Terry Richard Remitz, John Clarence Duell, Ernest Franz Cower, Ricky Allen Ray, Gabriel Angel Rodriguez, Glenn Charles Crandall, John Clinton Johnston, Paul Harlan Paulette Jr.
Francis Mill, Terry Martin Strasco, Leonard Francis Gravino, Robert Guy Gerling, Arthur Darrow Oft, Rajput Sukhdev Singh, Robert Danielle Johnson, Daniel Lee Morrison, Robert John Banasic, Arvo John Hakila, Emil John Radix, Lawrence Joseph Glonick, Ralph John Metcalf, Norman Bruce Collins, Patrick Thomas Michael, David Stanley Mix.
James William Price, Donald Drew Street, Glenn Maurice Rogers, John Allen Brooks, David Lloyd Peliquin, Eric Henry Peterson, Roger Wayne Bowley, Leslie Willard Vietz, Harold Lloyd Meese, Cheryl Anthony Gilroy, John Larry Gorman, David Henry Lake, Eric Joseph Anderson, John Lester Smith, Robert Leland Farmer, Bruce Mayo Spivey.
Harry Charles Mackle, Jr., Daniel Robert Kane, Fred James Roberto, Michael Gerald Otto, Roger Ralph Wood, Stanley Irwin Moody, Ellsworth William Little, John William Snyder, Kenneth Lee Seaman, Gary William Barton, Kenneth V. Ewing, Stephen Michael Pitts, Stephen Jack Kelly, George Harold Harrelson, Joseph Miles Butler, Thomas Dennis McCloskey, Francis Edward Brooks, Charles H. Kent, Robert Arthur Jark, James Marshall Craig, Paul Jerome Melnick, James Edward Hill, Robert Thomas Gautier, Bruce Edwin Arndt, Nicholas Anthony Messia, William Michael Granat, David William Coville, Norman James Hughes, John Stanley Anischwitz, Michael Thomas Duffy, Alan Bruce Davenport, Dennis McCoy Bucklaw,
Neil Elton Hintz, John Lawrence Maloney, Jimmy Traylor Gilbert, Timothy Michael Stachowski, Roger Dale Courtney, Kim Lewis Winter, Jesus S. Trujillo, John Peter Schwartz, Robert Christopher Brown, Stephen Marquardt, Thomas Clifford Sizer, Harry Lee Walker, Dennis Edward Rudolph, Donald Parker Robertson, George Carl Johnson III, John Presley Fulgham.
Robert William Steele, Paul Joseph Killian, Nicholas John Latona, Joseph Anthony Conkey, James Timothy Foyle, William Austin Monahan, Joseph Herbert Williams, Larry Dean Parr, James Herman Clark, George David Shannon, Ralph Thusen, Dale F. Morin, Kenneth Joseph Taylor, Ronald Simon Sokolovich, Robert Brian McClendon, Donald John Austin.
William George Seidel, Wesley Alton Place, Harry Joseph Corsetti, Edwin Taylor Reed, Charles Villiers Clark, Donald Raymond Shipley, David Paul Granger, Omar Dwight Buerlin, Terrence James Fairchild, Robert Charles Hulskamp, Nicholas Joseph Codd, Ladislaw Dakliv Zervalek, George William Godfrey, Heath Haldane Hill, Donald Allen James, John Anthony Gendrzak.
Gerald E. Picard, Thomas James Balliet, Alvin Richard Owen, Michael Allen Stevens, Harold Victor Congor, Robert Henderson Uten, Keith Gaylord Howda, David J. Anderson, Hugh Henry Smith, Russell Neil Leibendorfer, Robert Lee Newell, Dewey Edward Allen, Ronald Elvis Ball, David John Bowley, Eric Edward Olszewski, John Bernard Van Hack.
Jake Foster, Robert Earl Wagoner, Jerry Allen Barlow, Thomas Alvin Rice, Donald Carlisle Bell, Raymond John DeThorne, Kenneth W. Rakowski, Daniel Dean Elston, Carl Douglas Fields, Robert Laverne Aldrich, Darrell Edward Carl, Leonard Charles Zendra, Robert Bruce Ferguson, Robert Joseph Olivia, J. D. Eagle, Gary Taku.
Lamont Lewis Moody, William Bill Michael Cooney, Odie Brian Richardson, Christopher Mark Balser, Robert Charles Overacre, Robert B. Chase, Lee David Stark, James Asante, Clifton Joseph Richard, Dean K. Phillips, Anthony John Foster, Alvin Eugene Walker, Thomas Parnell White, Franklin Howard Stewart, Michael Thomas McInerney, Michael DeCamp.
William Allen Castle, Alan Greg Frank, Alan T. Garies, Louis Edward Kelso, Larry Thomas Dodd, Paul Frederick Duffy, William Ford Wood, Roman Serrano, James Arthur Waldron, William Frank Schmiel, James Doyle Mitchell, Ronald Earl Bogert, Jimmy Lamar Pugh, John Joseph Kowalczyk, Eddie Perky, Robert Claire Bullard, Robert Wayne Boley, Sherald Anthony Guillory.
Donald Ray Mills, James Curtis Lavis, Fred David Wolfson, Margaret Ann Haskins Rose, Fred Kenneth Brooks, John Webb Wheeler, John William Birdsley, James Robert Miller, Thomas Morgan Walton, Michael Francis Grenier, Donnell Lynn Toomey, John Thomas Taylor, Roy William Hayes, Terrence Clay Kemp, Robert Peter Murphy, Everett Lee Avery.
Andrew Joseph Gavito, Victor James Stoneburner, Robert Worth Hamilton, Howard Kent Stutz, Douglas Rebeth Riggs, Wayne Arthur Bechtel, James Herman Cossier, John Robinson Davis, Randy Leon Spurlock, Joseph Irving Friedman, Arthur James Hinch, Douglas Glenn Walkley, Nicholas Louis Passamonte, Charles Louis Copeland, Thomas Earl Bush, Ricky Kent Peterson.
Daryl Stephen Shockley, James Craig Geiger, Harry Nuett, Thomas Lee Hall, George Arthur Land, Kenneth Earl Thompson, Arthur Joseph Bovine, Travis Wayne Sullivan, Harrison Evans Robinson, Edwin Leo Rhodes, Robert Spence Watkins, Jimmy Dale Stepp, Darrell Hughes McKinley, Andrew Michael Cook, James Joseph O'Connell, Joseph Ferencz.
George Linward Sanford, Jerry Melvin Go, Richard Baker Austin, William Thomas Rippeth, Ronald William Lanehart, John Laser, Wilfred Wayne Hasted, David Fields Malden, Carl Eugene Nation, Robert Valentine, Daniel Lee Darrington, Walter Burke Viture, James Daniel Ott, Joseph P. Wise, Frank John Gallardo, Steve Leroy Henney.
Constantine Albans, Stephen Lawrence Steins, Robert William Vredenberg, Kagi Jethro Parnell, Joseph Michael Ruggiero, Wayne Richard Funai, Kenneth Ward Shreves, Richard Lee Freeman, Stephen Ernest O'Reilly, Daniel Vasquez, Robert William Kennedy, Glenn Ray Butler, Michael Gene Atkins, James Joseph Porter, Jerry John Vanette, Stephen Ross Mitchell,
John Henry Thomas Lunn,
Michael Anthony Ruberti, Daniel Marland, Michael Walsh, Emile Zoel Charbonneau, Michael Frank Rossler, William Howard Short, William Leslie Watkins, Michael James Barnhill, Alan Beverly Hazard Idle, Frederick Allen Fogel, William Jeffrey Gard, Nazio Anthony Bonina, John Ray Wheatley, James Donald Franklin.
David McCormick, Edwin Robert Blyler, Robert Lee Stogdale, John Allen Gibson, James Adrian Murphy, Willard George Green, Stanley Franklin Yates, James Nelson Gift, Ronald Bruce Brown, Richard Arthur Goebel, Gary James Wolfe. Elmo Russell Zumwalt III. Earl Francis Young. Vernon Allen Sherv. Stephen Joseph Svets. William Eugene Latour.
James Harry McCauley, Raymond Mello, Barry David McQuaid, Randy Leroy McNeese, Dennis Quillman Kramer, Andrew John Davies, Clifford Chester Phillips, John Michael Daly, Harold Edward Shoemaker, Herschel Tanner, Royce Allen Purcell, Fred Dale Harned, Carl William Most, J. Robert Wexler, Robert William Maslowski, Andrew Thomas Grimes.
Kenneth Frank Bianesh, John Archie Smith, Terrence William Merenek, Ronald James Kiersmakers, John Nicholas Lenardi, Patrick Joseph O'Donnell, Ernest Ames Taylor, Michael Ernest Gall, Robert Cornelius Kerr, Bernard McLean, Jimmy Roger Dudley, Suzanne Margaret Cisco, Robert Martin Matichek, John Robert Hine, William Eldred Bowes, Calvin Lewis Brown.
John Joseph Clemack, Robert John Shanahan, William Monroe Thomas, Robert Francis Hollis, George Richard Charlot, Harvey Leonard Jett, Walter Robert Bell, Vincent Paul Rebocas, Honorees Duncan, Richard Wayne Fryer, Charles Leslie Blackham, Alan Wayne Pear, William Nathaniel Stetham, Carl Robert Caldwell, Robert Raymond Hill, Robert Ernest Lord.
Dale Russell King, Gary Wayne Jacks, Randy Lee Langworthy, Daryl Dane Marcus, Eugene Clarence Monin, Jesse Wilson, Stuart L. Carlin, Robert Wade Freeman, Robert Charles Badger, Jerry Thomas McCord, Miles Kenneth Grief, Chester June, Robert James Johnson, William French Pletcher, Dennis Odell Rice, Dennis E. Johnson.
Willard Melvin Mitchell, Ned Edward Johnson, Richard Lewis Brown, Edwin Carl Aher, Harold Thomas Hammer, William Dean Nicholson, Raymond Judish, David Alonzo Smith, Dennis Patrick Dickerson, James Irving Lang, Gerald Henry Lafarve, Francisco Jose Padron, Stephen Charles Ray, Richard Lee Crebessa, Harry Robert Bauman, Hildra C. Chris. James Louis Rivard. James Robert Hine.
Thomas Eugene Keeg. Ronald Cole Tastad. John Edward Henson. Bernard Lewis Kleiss. Clarence Charles Rust. Eugene Arthur Corbett. Robert John Chastek. Jack Robert Manley. Troy Milton Baker. Merle Robert Kane. John Stephen Muir. Joseph William Tom. Noel Ollie Johnson. Ross Clive Maury. Brian Stevens Timeneus. Kenneth Noel Blair.
Robert Joseph Jackson. Craig Hobart Scott. Wayne James Frank. Robert Herbert Johnson. J. Roland Erickson. Daniel Thomas Watkins. David Jean Tangeman. Gary Lee Wisner. Joseph Sylvester Campbell. Donald Eugene Jacob. Herman Downs. Michael Leif Ackerman. Leonard Francis Boudry. James Lawrence Merrill. David William Dodson. Ronald Lee Fun Surgeon.
Alfred Terrian. James Bernard Cox. John Anthony Simon. Roger Schuler Hamill. Edward Joseph Norman. Ronald Michael Saki. Howard Reeve Norton. Kevin Andrew Murphy. Charles Henry Bales. Stephen Paul Barnes. Thomas Henry Jones. Donald Hugh Talberg. Paul Stephen Hoffman. Michael William Husak. James Henry Buke. Robert James McElhenney.
Gary Harold Deal. Albert Henry Patton. Thomas Lynn Alexander. Alvis Martin Holtmeyer. William Louis Dudenbossel. Ryan Walter Wooten. Ronald Earl Bing, Billy Vaughn Weldon, Hugh Lee Stringer, Hubert Ted Peed, Anthony Peter Velez, George Buxton Justice, Daniel Lee Gear, William Erwin Keese, Jerry Allen McAvoy, John Allen Clark.
Robert D. Yeager, Raymond Lee Driver, Leonard J. Polycove, Raymond Eugene Boisoli, Douglas John Buchan, Steve Ivan Horowitz, Daniel Wendell Iliff, John Victor Risco, David Stephen Blasingame, Michael Edward Creamer, Harold Anthony Kelly, Roy Mahia Rascon, Stephen Francis Lewin, John Jeffrey Messer, William L. Roach, Joseph Dolinsky.
Charles Edgar Terry, Carl Linus Theller, Raymond L. Hicks, Donnie Lee Erickson, Richard James Cardile, Oscar Woodley Fincher, William Bennett Poole, Gary Joseph Johnson, Joseph Deanwood Health, Warren Salter Barnes, Anthony Falsiglia, Salvatore Frank Lafata, Robert Laverne Lutz, Thomas Frederick Pobance, Jack Leland Spicer, Ernest Anthony Wright.
Walter Griffin, Horace Sampter Levy, Raymond Richard Vaness, Langford Charles Metzgar, Charles Gregory Guiff, Frank Lee, Mike Fred Miller, Thomas Patrick Daly, Leo Neil Cawley, Warren William Peterson, Stephen Thomas Grimmy, Vincent Robert Chitman, John Freeman Wade, Joseph Gerard Philip Rousseau, Richard Elwood Deneen, Keith William Freeberger,
Stephen Roy Croucher, James Stewart McPoyle, Keith Eugene Hutzel, James Allen Dunlap, Henry John Schroeder, Anthony F. Yanushek, Dennis Clayton Roxbury, Walter Harrison Barrick, John Lawrence Adamick, Christopher Frederick Delafleur, Seth Robert Sleezer, Denman Arthur Blissard, Mark Lee Roth, David Carr Montgomery, Dennis Bernard Zahn, Harry Ray Davison.
Joseph Denwood Heath, John Walter Wooten, Vernon Jesse Metcalf, Robert Thomas Hamill, Charles Nicholas Lundy, Lynn David Becker, Charles Albert Abbott, Richard Raymond Cogdell, Norman Leroy Wright, Richard Charles Fransky, Stephen William Ray, Harold Arthur Rice, John Patrick Evans, James A. Genshock, Joey Eugene Kuhn, Michael Jordan White, Darrell Paul Kilzer, Charles Edward McIntarfer.
Gregory Dean Koch, Harlan Ray Butts, Thomas George Dare, Larry Randolph Hatcher, James Arden Holloway, Gary Lynn Gray, Gerald Swiggett, Harold Emerson Harding, Stanley Michael Casper, Louis Edwin Westberg, William Estel Irby, Raymond Oscar Wallander, Johnny Ty Harris, James Foster Duff, William Jerome Hewitt, Jesse Bruce Mathis.
Gerald Grant McCollum, David Larry David Wenkel, Thomas Neil Thomas, Elroy Dale Schultz, Patrick John Gwynn, Glenn Joseph Alexander, Hobart Wilson Lilly, Michael Peter Budage, Larry Leighton Butts, Roger William Greer, William Gerald Watland, James Joseph Baltras, Michael Radich, Jeffrey James McCrae, Ronald Wayne Reniker, Jack Prosper Fontenot. Dale Wayne Bailey, John Keith Coder, James Delanor Miller, Dennis Michael Geary, Russell William Elderbaum, Kenneth Michael Lucas, John Henry Chess, Eric Webb Johnson, James Pajico Souza, David Paul Rowe, Donald James Poffenroth, Peter Sano Scorsatoni, Harold Otis Holler, Edward Charles Evans, Raymond Randolph Feltz, Delbert Leonard Hobbs.
Robin Lynn Miller, Joseph Hilliard, Charles George Sharcardi, Joseph Louis Rodriguez, Frank Robert Forty, Leonard Theodore Warnicki, Stanley Vincent Roberts, Fred Medding, Harry Sylvester White, Victor McLean Tanner, Kenneth Mack Fool, John Dennis Ladensack, Ronald Lee Savage, Carl William Melton, Davidson Dean Crumling, Edward Francis Erkinger,
Donald Rufus McDowell, Kevin James Roniski, Donald Thomas Howland, Robert Carl Nelson, Frank Cambrone, Donald Raymond Kingdry, John Mario Baranowski, Daniel James Dalbo, Robert John Kilbasa, Michael George McAllister, J. Brent Lange, William Finley Farrell, Edmund Michael Hoban, Nels Connor Anderson, Hallard Vance Myers, James Harry Kakaditis.
Donald Leroy Kiner, James Henry Sides, James Richard Simpson, Marlon Willis Matheny, Robert James Cup McKenna, Larry Wayne Lee, Victor R. Short, Gary Dean Granger, Preston George Allen, Noel Randolph Hall, Robert Eugene Reed, Timothy K. Wallace, Frank Edward Disler, Robert Arthur Smith, Benjamin Primus, Johnny Vernon Downey.
Samuel Frederick Odo, Joseph Charles Weber, Ted Robert Ballett, Eugene Harold Rooney, David Allen O'Neill, Michael John Wadzina, William John Colon, Lauren Keith Roberts, Larry Stephen Carter, James Coley, Gerald Phillips Edmonds, William Joseph Borrow, Estelle Roger Caudell, Michael John Vogt, Clyde Frank Sweeney, Ronald David Volk.
Ronald David Lawrence, William George Surratt, James D. Fisher, Burton Frederick Mowers, Herbert Paul Mosley, Kurt Randall Minnick, David Brooks Taylor, Jack Dwayne Hedgelin, Larry Vernon Longwell, Michael Lee Kissinger, Frank Stephen Gonzalez, Thomas Dylan Cusick, Melvin Grant Overbay, Elias Serpiano Cordova, Jimmy Dean Pruitt, Ralph Eugene Hoffman, John Andrew Chess.
John Robert Brea, Rex Earl Lacey, John Bradford Crow, Ben Gilliam Howard, Wilbur Carl Ballard, Edward Bradley Sheldon, James Ronald Hoffman, Lee Wesley Hefner, John Edward Bolus, Donald Burnap Nelson, David Allen Joran, Ruben Farias Hernandez, Harold Richard Durant, George R. Emery, Gregory L. Rasmussen, Clifford Francis Pitts.
Stephen Francis Smith, Richard Henry Zabukover, Todd Carlton Needles, Clifford Anthony Brown, Charles Frederick Wing, Edward Marquess, Ronald Wayne Thompson, James O. West, John Henry Stowe, Edgar Leon Rose, Dennis Russell Palmer, George Edward Monsey, William John Glunty, Lyle Dean Wieland, Thomas James Miller, James Edward Clark.
Larry Nelson Waltrip, Terry Joe Payton, James Gilbert Rogers, Norman Walter Bowden, Robin Andrew Rogers, John Allen Williams, William Randolph King, Gerald Lamont Baker, Robert Patrick Britt, Bruce Bennett Fosberg, George Milligan, Donald Raymond Harrison, Paul Ralph Gulliver, Gary Conrad Campbell, Darrell Roland Jensen, Ronald E. Beasley,
Leon Richard Nichols, Donald James Dunn, Joel Harmon Cook, Robert Donald Simon, Robert Dennis Tribal, Donald Lee Hark, George Herbert Himmelberger, Paul Edward Clausen, John Michael Reed, Hubert Thomas Hatcher, Raymond John Smid, Frederick William Delamuth, James Michael Haas, Victor J. Wiedersberg, Robert Richard Charone, Charles Andrew Wilson.
My beloved first husband, John Carlin Hollander. Alan Peter Murphy. James Gray. James Elmer Shugart. Francis Gould. Francis Gould. John Walter McCullough. Paul Joseph Moran. Jerome Lee Spaeth. Carl M. Kerr. Brian Dennis O'Connor. Darrell Llewellyn Thompson. Gerald William Maddox. William Curtis Leander. James Evan Downey. David Frank Ludwig. John Vernon Yates.
Daniel Charles Labarge, Norman Ray Fowler, John Robert Christensen, Travis Alexander Connolly, Michael William Samford, Stephen Edward Belville, Harold Ray Kaiser, Lloyd Hood Jr., Francis Xavier Murphy, Joseph John Mulher, Douglas Ray Babcock, Gus Robert Anastas, Gregory Howard Klein, Louis B. Puller, Gerald Gerhardt Madsen, Harold David Denny.
Courtney Christie Schroen, Edward Joseph Gillen, Paul Eugene Kidder, Dennis Robert Ashby, William James Williams, James Lyle Chapman, James Howard Rigdon, John Edward Brentlinger, Richard Allen Eckhart, Randall Allen Steffen, John David Klein, Francis Carroll Bramlett, Ray Everett Clark, Michael Allen Landisman, Simone Joseph Lazara, Gary Len McFarlane, George Edward Moniz, William John Gianelli.
Charles Allen Ort, Alvin Leon Long, Michael Joseph Woods, Michael Arthur Corcoran, Don J. Finn, Troy Lee Wicker, Joseph Edward Miser, Jerry Dean Bascom, David Cooper McElhaney, Stephen John Hunt, Raymond Walter King, Kenneth William Jaros, Wiley Brown Tripp, Paul Raymond Surrett, James Lawrence Good, Henry Otis Brawley.
We, friends and family, represent the fallen and all the celebrations left uncelebrated, graduations left unattended, grandbabies left unheld. War will never be the answer. We need to do better and be better. Samuel Lewis Fetchel, Raymond Harvey Mills, Earl Thomas Bryant, Alan Ray Peterson, James Edwin Bennett, Larry Monaghan Abbott, Dennis Hunter, Dennis James Morgan, Dale Jean Braden, Michael Eugene Hake, Eddie Dean Holder, Thomas David Ruffleson, Eugene Frederick Watton, Douglas Frederick Hofel, Kenneth Arnold Atkinson, and my beloved father, Bruce of Jose Pascal. We miss you.
Bert Twiggs, Jeffrey J. Carmody, Thomas Raymond Burbrink, Jesse David Beza, John Arthur Oliver, Louis Abraham Hoskins, Joseph Rodriguez, Roger Lumiere Smejkal, Jackie Ronald Patterson, Russell Jack Benton, Kenneth Joseph Govion, Justin Eric Molnick, Christopher Norbert Radke, Roscoe Lee Mitchell, Robert Eugene Montgomery, Terry Jean Rosenberger.
Louis J. Mara, Michael James Willis, Dale Lewis Geyer, Charles Warren Davis, Frank David Derbyshire, Donald Julio Macia, Jesse Herbert Adams, Rodney Frank Simmons, Franklin Delno Freshour, Lance Lane Lockhart, Earl William Hofstede, Charles Woodfall Clark, James Joseph Leitz, Robert William Austin, Jimmy Dale Miller, Robert William Reher.
Dennis Lee Campbell, Thomas William Frank, Thomas Garber Elliott, Lee Edsel McDonald, George Henry William Wise, Dennis David Troughton, Wayne H. Morris, Garland Jolly, Gary Rothwell Hasselback, Klaus Gustav Berg, Russell Paul Brannon, James Vincent Flo, Bruce Herbert Cole, Milo Adams, Thomas Melville Johnson, Gary Louis Lestrani.
Dennis Lee Starr, Thomas George Hazard, Charles Raymond Winquest, James Riley McClary, Edward William Collinsworth, Charles Franklin Orndorff, Michael Henry McBurnett, Donald Lee George, John Paul Gailarowski, Robert Houston Oxley, Richard B. Montoro, Wayne Allen Chesser, Ronald Andrew Fain, Patrick Michael Baker, Larry Dale Bellew, Dale Eugene Wilson.
Melvin Paul Johnson, Robert Elmer Trigger, David William Millett, Kenneth Lee Fish, Ralph Philo Vaughn, Sidney Michael Marks, Gerald Matthew Dominski, Alan Richard Knapp, Stephen Robert Olson, Theodore Ted Johnson, Wayne Leslie Wardwell, John Henry Arkenberg, Edward Earl Thompson, Ernest Wayne Pierce, Charlie Wayne Rose, Frank Stevens.
Eric John Mertz, Edward Samuel Wasserman, Thomas Shockley Sneed, Jimmy Dale Elliott, Stephen Joseph Schilling, Francis Lorraine Hotch, Marvin Joseph Lucan, Thomas Joseph Matson, Arthur Louis Puterbo, Philip Carlisle Brennigan, Timothy Leslie Gilmore, Ronald Wilson, David Arthur Babbitt, John Michael Burdett, Bobby Joe Pierce, Jerry Lee Wright.
John Frederick King, Arnold Hugh Wilkins, James Vincent Peter, Charles Roland Winchester, Harvey Dinsmore Corey, James Edgar Malott, Fred Allen Johnson, Perry James Randall, Glenaro John Fumando, Robert Charles Moriarty, John Merwin Beeler, Dixon Marshall Fletcher, was Arvell Clayball, Charlie Albert Carter, James Theo Anglin, John Knox Stewart.
David Allen Kale, Arland Ward Shepard, Wayne Richard Bergquist, David Everett Beatty, Richard Allen Engelson, Michael Lewis McLean, Barry Leroy Reddington, Roderick Stephen Fast, John Russell Hinshaw, Paul Wayne Richardson, John Michael Terrace, John Lawrence Gregory, Gregory Ernest Hairston, Michael Patrick Reynolds, John Stephen Yandel, Clifton Sherrod.
Timothy Michael Nelson, Robert James Pope, Thomas John Thompson, Anthony Chester Davis, Alan Preston Stern, Vincent Thomas Ciampini, Michael Warren Anderson, Charles Damer Chafin, Keith Welton Vandergrift, Claude Wesley Harper, Paul Edward Milieu, David Frank Newhouse, William Mark Anderson, Robert Maurice Fry, Francis Joseph Giamo,
David Chapman Witt, Rufus Lee Edwards, Lannon Paul Hart, Michael Dennis Johnson, Jerry Robert Everhart, John Paul Soxey, William Joseph Toner, Clifford Arthur Walters, Clyde Delano Ashley, William James Kiefer, James Andrew Carpenter, Marion Major Robinson, Stephen C. Cook, Earl Elijah Canup, Bobby June Bunton, Michael Bruce Jump.
John Leroy Natello, Stephen Lee Kelso, William Albert Baker, James Craig Brown, Laverne James Geiger, James Ray Jennings, Brian Lee Eversman, Paul Lawrence Lieberman, Scott Lyndon Morris, Gerald Edward Grismella, Robert William Lasco, Dudley Christian Knapp, Edward Travis Saling, Thomas Shalomo Grinsberg, John Keister Zell, Richard Lee Rogers.
David Marshall Eaton, James Fulton Murphy, Juan Jose Medina, Robert Lee Ratcliffe, Thomas Elbert Hartsook, Richard Allen Tolley, Malcolm Leroy Jones, John Benton Morris, Hezekiah Vern Johnson, Michael Joseph Murphy, Howard Ray Labato, Gary Lee Hill, Alan George Morris, Thomas Edward Phillips, Clayton Allen Williams, Edward William Silikowski.
Peter Charles Kraus, Henry Nieto, Kelly Thomas Burke, Gary Michael Sendek, Kenneth Raymond Romer, John Wesley Hamilton, Patrick Anthony Montana, Ronald Edwin Pastawa, Milton Deese, John Ross Ehlers, Marvin Terry Dernan, Keith Eugene Moriarty, James Anthony Calden, Thomas Thurl Schreckengost, Richard Joseph Yopek, Michael James St. Germain.
Larry Floyd Dixon, George Reynolds Swearingen, Richard Henry Mueller, Michael Anthony Karch, Gary Thomas Taggart, Donald Arden Dolsky, Sammy Jackson Pentecost, Gerald Fidel Garcia, Donald Eugene Cunningham, James William Hefner, Harold Kenneth Cox, Paul Ray Tatum, Michael Edward Smith, Ross William Snare, Robert Paul Ozinski, James Leon Royal.
Hezekiah Vern Johnson, John Allen Jensen, Olin Benjamin Gill, Gary Merle Markle, Henry Leonard Copeland, Joseph Wayne McMahon, Michael Lewis Fell, Dale Jones Corwin, Donald Paul Keeman, Howard Eady, Don Elwood Burkhart, Frank Louis Martinez, Richard Paul Mack, Larry Douglas Kincaid, Fred George Mansky, Charles William Higginbotham, Charles Frederick Pitchford,
Robert Allen Edrington, Alexander John Ogrins, John Dudley Noss, Johnny David Robbins, Marvin Harold Robinson, Louis William Gordon, William Glenn Stolarczyk, Jeffrey Charles Hanson, Charles Thomas Hensley, Scotty Wayne Kelly, Theodore Nicholas Frost, George A. McClellan, Michael Dwayne Four, Stanley Mervyn Larson, Salvatore John Paternico, John Russell Meyer.
Robert Allen Kinnan, Harold Peter Costin, Richard Stephen Hoko, Roger Vincent Stone, Thomas Francis Gillespie, Thomas William Dube, Louis Leonard Hefner, Peter Thomas Macaulay, David Lee Burlett, David Lee Bartlett, Michael Allen Sager, Mark Allen Cove, Harvey Dudley Sarit, Larry Norbitz Matz, William Neal Smith, Curtis Theodus Wilkerson, William John Mostrofus.
John James Fleming, Mark Allen Barber, Wallace Henderson, Eddie Dennis White, Glenn James Thorson, Joseph Anthony Gallo, Anthony John Zivarelli, Gary Wayne Moser, Truman Ray Johnson, William Robert Burke, Jimmy Barrett Little, my brother Patrick Lee Wright, James Francis O'Donnell, James Thomas Alexander, Alan Walter Bryant, Thomas Frederick George.
Thomas Roland Burgess, Brian Peter Burke, Jeffrey Carl Knutson, John Kenneth Kwiatkowski, John Thomas Murphy, Terrell Haygood Elliott, Carl Alfred Owl, John Patrick Peterson, Preston Dwayne Hicks, Billy Ray Shepard, Gary Michael Costello, Donald Edwin Nickel, John Tobin Frith, Christopher Blair Benedict, Thomas Joseph Perry, Robert Wallace Calvert.
Jimmy Dale Fine, Floyd Robert Whitehead, Joseph Manuel Rogosic, Jimmy Darrell Bradley, Donald Wayne Parker, Robert Lawrence Hanover, James Robert Rhine, Wayne Robert Swenson, Ronald Lee Schwagert, Robert Bruce Angus, Clifford Orlean Herman, Dominic Anthony DeGorio. John Anthony Klein. Roy Bell Seaford. Frank Harvey Cross. Roy Lamont Smith. Dominic Anthony D. Gregorio.
Francisco Tony Premiano. Franklin D. Henson. Charles Nathan Kearns. Carl Edmund White. William Randolph Franklin. Lee Newman. Thomas John Hockmeyer. John Mattia Jr. Richard Joseph Contreras. David Lawrence Nelson. Robert Allen McIntosh. Paul LaPierre. David Kent Conway. Dennis James Brady. Roger James Jordy. Alan William Boyd.
Claude Winston Connor, Robert Frederick Herschel, Gerald Lee Kleinberg, John Joseph Casey, Glenn William Wessel, Larry Edward Bartell, Gary Eugene Rossman, Willard Rufus Garner, William Mitchell Pickett, Charles David Taylor, Randall Warren McGill, Richard Allen Williams, Lawrence Roland Parsons, Thomas Leroy Burbridge, Charles Lincoln Pettifish, Homer Lee Hayes.
Walter Edward Jones, Gordon Allen Shaw, Joseph M. Fontana, Albert Earl Boutwell, William Walden Dean, Orrin Joseph Caldwell, Richard Leland Gibson, Joseph John Rashlich, Warren Clifford Capel, Antone Correa Rosa, Gail Ray Skimmer, Weldon Gene Keeman, R.V. Lee, Aubrey Matthew Harinchker, Glenn Preston Lloyd, Keith Douglas Galloway.
Thomas Gerald Tice, Terry Lee Purdue, Paul Leland Smith, Johnny Ray Kotala, Harold Lynn Howell, Monty Joe Smith, James Robert Conroy, Richard Allen Rung, Norman John Hinkle, Edward Charles Graff, Percy Edward Bates, Kurt Raymond Miller, Richard Wayne Bright, Emmanuel Williams, Ronald Howard Lilly, William Edward Wisniewski.
Forney Larry Ballard, Anthony Michael Garcia,
Harvey Ronald Norstein, Robert James Burton, Roger Allen Barnholt, William Lincoln McCurdy, William Howard Fennell, Thomas Charles Mullen, Francis Xavier Tracy, Kenneth Hagman, John Michael Fesser, Ronald Joseph Zoyle, Mark Edward Graham, John Miley Kiswelski, Gregory C. Demedak, William Franklin Clark.
Donald Cliff Creamer, Phil D. Jackson, Joseph Dayton Weaver, Dennis Charles Gentner, Thomas Battle Goodrich, Richard Lee Barth, Esley Earl Varvel, James Craig Manwaran, Walter Anthony Takano, Christopher Campbell Wilkinson, George Earl Chandler, Richard Allen Brecken, Samuel Edward Duncan, Clarence Douglas Branson, Roger Flynn East, William Thomas Charlton.
Lawrence Burton White, Arthur K. Fries, James Larry Bailey, James Marvin Brown, Arnold Mitchell Estes, Juan Joseph Villabos, Donald Jack Caliendo, Jerry Lee McCormick, Armando Perales, Caio Fanigua Solano, Joseph Sires Cornish, for Linda, Robert Lee George, Robert Allen Douglas, Keith James Nepley, Ernest R. Adkins, Robert James Fegley,
Marvin Ray, CA, William David Burrows, John Patrick King, James Lawrence Wise, William Sawchick, Lonnie Vincent Carter, Patrick Bernard O'Meara, Ralph Joseph Ford, Rodney Raymond Risch, Bruce Norman Berglund, Robert Brown Abraham, David W. Swarthout, Harold Richard Sprague, Hugh F. Robinson, Norman Goff Bays, Robert Leonard Farrell.
Nelson Douglas Raschendorfer, Daryl Dean Larson, Donald William Jones, John Wayne Johnson, James Christian Marchbank, Paul Francis McGrath, Philip Wayne Patrick, George Franklin Shields, Billy Kenneth Moore, Larry Thomas Robinson, Paul Edward Westmoreland, Delbert Davis Watkins, Richard William Morris, Irvin Melvin Frost, Frank Hurst Wilcox, Harold Cameron Rittenhouse.
James Robert Fegley. Warren Leonard Collins. Richard Allen Kirkhoff. Michael Stanley Grigorski. Lionel Francis Pinn. James Ira Wright. Paul Raymond Geary. Claude Smith. Isaac McFadgen. Robert Paul Podgorski. Harry Lincoln Bouchard. John Tierney Norton. Richard Ellsworth Craig. Henry Hoffman. Melvin Arnold Green. David Archie Porter. Adrian Brian Fish.
Patrick Carrick Higgins, Jacob Louis Drager, Slayton J. White, Marvin Kortakikas, Robert Lee Chapman, Dennis Slyby, Marvin Eugene Nestor, Larry Marvin Cooker, Jonathan Joseph Montanier, David Jean Lambiot, Mark Arl Morin, William Roy Bacon, Donald Neil Simon, Ronald Jennings, Edward Swayze Calderwood, William David Zellner.
Wilmer Harold Eisenhower. Alan DePriest Butler. Thomas Heeb. Thomas Hughes Hansen. John Joseph Sadlowski. Wilson Atlee Simpson. James Lawrence Barber. Tommy Lawson Sneed. Randy Lynn Harold. Richard Edward McLaren. James Edgar Warrington. Jack Sawyer McMichael. Gary William David. Roger Paul Hula. John Marlon Evanson. Danny Dean McAtee.
Larry Clayton Harper. William John Evans. Bruce William Engel. George Haas. Carl Donald Peoples. Gerald Francis Stone. Ralph Bernard Ennis. Peter E. Maybury. James Robert Logan. Raymond Bernard Wisniewski. Robert Paul Burnett. Earl Lee Taylor. George Wallace Burnett. Thomas Brown Jennings. Robert Patrick Kopczynski. Raymond Robert Burling.
Henry Harris Covington. Michael George Staub. Van Walen Martin. Stephen Thomas Simpson. Kenneth Charles Billings. William R. Haynes. James David Meeks. Kenneth Francis Duhamel. Bernal James Busing. Frank Brian Shelmet. Dean Arthur Johnson. Sosochi Curry Isaacs. Ronald Charles Holter. Larry William Johnson. Richard Walter Pazuski. Junior Leonard Stark.
David Orrin DeCourcy. Jerry Leon Neff. Thomas Joseph Schwartz. David William Condron. John Francis Gorak.
Barry James MacArthur, Jimmy Lewis Carmichael, Robert Ernest Zachrison, James Lee Curry, Robert Thomas Gillis, Gary Ray Bennett, Thomas Joseph Connors, Patrick P. Amell, Samuel Price Fitzpatrick, Herbert James Cardy, Nicholas Guy Dudick.
Donald Joseph Dumas, Barry Thomas Shelton, Irwin Stanley Stander, John Raymond Mullen, Robert Leroy Calhoun, Danny Lee Conrad, Robert James Burke, Charles Edward Boyd, Ollie Richard Nichols, James Edward Howley, William James Shea, Robert Floyd Howard, Frank Paul Campanero, William Blaine England, Charles Vanderberg Chick Lord, Thomas Dean Wally.
Dwayne Eugene Garner, Francis Stewart Mann, James Bruce Osborne, Charles Anthony Meesey, Jesse Don Henning, Thomas Joseph Brennahan, George Herbert Ottery, James Michael Branch, Otho Neil Winchester, Charles Frederick Detweiler, Herbert Thorpe Sink, Dennis Michael Solner, Lonnie Allen Tiller, William Robert Bell, John David Ramsey, Billy Jack Lewis.
Sandy Mark Snyder, Wilfred Levi Ricard, Ronald Henry Lincoln, Randall Galen Jennings, Thomas Joseph Silla, Grady Lewis Massingale, Colin Kenneth Kelly, Paul Andrew Casares, Marvin Lee Nolan, Kenneth Loyal Bartow, Harry Joseph Bohr, Timothy Joseph Bogenschultz, Virgil Thomas Hammond, Christ Daniel Nicholas, Evan John Hutchek, Ricardo Jesse Carmona.
Nicholas Guy Dudick, Raymond Jess Mitchell, Timothy Dean Taylor, Ronald Eugene Carroll, Brian Gregory Meadows, Peter Paul Smokowski, Dennis Lee DeBolt, George Edwards Lamb Jr., Rude Willie Davis, William David D. Laurel, Jack Darrell Adams, Ronald James Dallas, Russell Vigalotti, Harrison Morgan, Marvin Erb, Michael Allen Malakowski, Delmer Bernard Williams.
Robert Thomas Trask, John Anthony Paz, Michael James Green, Derek Martin Francis, Carl Nitsch, Charles Allen Glenn, William Allen Rangnow, Dylan alias Fairburn, John Allen Reinhardt, Jimmy J. Pyle, Richard Thomas Hazeltine, Clinton Randolph Dean, Daniel Julius Papp, Robert George Minor, Scott Elliott Craven, Gerald Francis Dooley.
David John Solik, Donald Leon Rose, Gary Stephen Barth, Arthur Lee Edwards, Jeffrey Lynn Smith, William Francis Borowski, Arthur Joseph Jeffra, Peter Richard Brose, Jackie Lee Carver, Timothy Andrew Lejeune, Thomas Eugene Grosser, Richard J. Baez, Michael Leroy Hoagland, Mark Egan Leverton, Lawrence Allen Bamberg, Rennie Melville Corey, Rudd Wiley Davis.
Robert Martin Flynn, Pedro Juan Gonzalez, Charles Edward Lewis, George Drifford Martin, John Reed Joyce, Terry Lee Malone, William Michael Mintler, Donald Edward Link, Richard Farrell Rice, James Joseph Burns, Gerald Peter Schmitz, Sandy Darrell Crowder, Turner Lee Owens, Laird Pearson Osborne, Nicholas James Bay, Bernard Edward Kleinderlin,
Franklin William Norris, Clarence Robert Leveridge, William Joseph Green, Walter D. Mealy, Richard Lee McCowan, Hal Guy Murphy, James Allen Berger, Joseph William Kovach, Thomas Eugene Lee, Michael Paul Block, Thomas Joseph Perry, David DeWitt Cornelius, Donald Dean Hageman, Donald Lance Lapgard, William Jefferson Stewart, William Darrell Clark.
Charles Olaf Borgstrom, Charles Joseph Pannaud, Charles Ellsworth Poole, Carrie Bruce Smith, Robert Dwayne Townsend, Davis Darbone, Thomas John Drazel, Gary Lee Inskep, John Edward Schaefer, Ralph Howard Smith, Vincent Tony Monticelli, John Rupert Baird, Gerald Clifford Moore, Dean Cambridge Gunn, Jack Robert Ritchie, Thomas Lorenzo Allen.
James Campbell Weber, James Louis Zust, Frank Joseph Flocari, David Walter Van Noort, George Tideman, William Cressley, Juan Antonio Soto, Don Francis Stigler, Robert James Benzio, Roger Lee Retzlaff, Armand Joseph Fleury, Marlon Ray Smith, Stephen Wayne Decker, William Thomas Hahn, Michael Wayne Dillard, David Leonard Johnson.
Gary Lynn Walchuk, William Edward Stafford, James Quincy Adams, Donald James Waterman, George Alexander Adair, Joseph Thomas Taylor, Robert Raymond Salazar, Peter Douglas Fargay, Arthur L. Jones, Thomas Fletcher Sims, Roy Vester Fuel, Bolshak Zednek Koska, Cecil Wayne Cook, Arthur Lewis Bachman, Wayne Richard Hiller, Morris Haroon Cooper.
Stephen Samuel Rice, Rodolfo Martinez Menez, Frank Antonio Aguilar, Herschel Knighton, Ralph Roger Goon, Eugene Irving Weems, Terrell Otis Johnson, Randall Pruzaki, Louis Clyde Sellers, Daniel David Hill, Ronald James Antcoake, Frederick Joseph Lance, Dennis Farrell Coble, Max Lee Searle, Woodrow Rentas Blanco, William Alfred Curie.
Aubrey Gordon Townsend, Dennis Dillman Starzinger, Quentin John Larson, Douglas LaRue McNeese, Louis Clifton McKinley, Jeffrey Edward Fowler, Joseph Edward Gaffney, Dennis James Ballard, Charles Edward Bailey, Lennis Vay Corey, Argyle Harper, Jesse Leroy Stevens, Roger Roland Davis, Timothy Donald Woods, Norman Earl Hardy, Charles Edward Burnett.
Robert Joseph Erickson, Robert Lester Hilker, Richard Dale Clark, Jack Allen Henshaw, Michael Roland Ford, Dale Alvin Jepson, Kenneth Warren McAxel, John William Hiltner, Michael Anthony Larkin, Thomas Doran Fitzgerald, Joseph Edward Misick, James Harding Cordray, Robert Dale Dowdy, Francis Amato, Dennis Baird Leslie, Gary Jerome Goodrich. Eugene Alva Turner, William David Fairchild, Edgar Lee Day, David Harmon Ackerman, Jonathan Lee Nelson, Jonas Neil Borsman, Willard Ray Hines, Andrew Elwood Papp, Frederick Stephen Prziska, Lester Dwayne Payton, Alvin Theodore Weebles, Robert Gordon Young, Ed Pope Embray, Jack O'Neill Frost, Ronald Anthony Hebert, Larry Wayne Dean.
Mike Edward Hickman, Marvin Eugene Smith, Max Carlo Suggs, Daniel James Leach, Ralph Eugene Flanagan, Kenneth Dwayne Smith Peters, Keith Loren Geisler, Donald Allen Romer, Joseph Peter Gagliardo, Daniel Patrick Morrison, Wayne Walter Fairbarn, John Lawrence Olzaneski, David Jean Moose, Robert David Horvath, Harold Ray Robertson, Clarence Ray Wenrich.
John Bernard Duell, Michael Bruce Crawford, Stephen Ray Parker, Billy Glenn Smith, Angelo Vincent Amoroso, George Bryant Grant, Lester Franklin Hoover, Richard Anthony Newt, Charles Frank Ryder, James Raymond Hood, James Everett Cantonese, Alfred Guzzilack, Ronald Stewart Ebersole, James Antonio Robinson, Robert Lee Blanchard, Donald Lewis Henderson,
William Carroll Stone, Robert Williams Hughes, Charles Edward Miska, Michael Edward Ricks, Peter Eugene Farrell, Eugene Herman Muller, John Francis O'Brien, Floyd James Abney, John William Hughes, Dallas Merle Harper, Jimmy Leon Miller, Jerry Gordon Kidwell, Donald Nicholas Mayer, Donald Nicholas Myers, Daniel Arthur Kelly, Donald Eugene Mann.
Gary Thomas Murphy, Ronald Edward Baguette, Gary Robert Smith, Benjamin Mendoza Navarro, Lauren Steve Davis, Russell Salvatore Casadanti, Henry Collins Utterback, John Eldridge Shepard, Thomas Paul Joyce, Deward Arlen Pokorny, Philip David Badger, Gerald Irwin Wilson, Charles Ray Hohenstein, David Arnold Thompson, Roger Ray Williams, Robert Kenneth Kelsey, David Harm Ackerman.
Keith Ross Jones, Stephen John Sirac, Thomas William Sedlacek, Robert James Dalton, Paul Stanley Lawrence, Roy Stephen Hebert, Truzel Alfonso Kelly, John Michael Reagan, Woodland McAdoo Styrone, Dallas Green Tudor, Charles the Bowed Cullison, Walter Edward Brady, William Edward Raybold, Truman Easterling, Joseph Stephen Cortesio, and John Paul Shepard.
Linda Van Devanter Buckley, Tommy Prince McCamey, Mark Eugene Niffenegger, Edward Michael Quier, George Thomas Zabilka, Alan Lawrence Papasek, Carl William Peterson, Joseph Vaughn Cunningham, Anthony Gilmore, my dad, James Eugene Henderson, Woodrow Wilson, Kenneth Dale Akins, Ralph Edward Bolin, Daniel James Walker, David Bruce Babb, Robert Lee McClure.
John Thomas Flynn, Terry Lee Nadelsky, Ronald Ray Teague, Chester Gabriel Salvia, Ronnie Kent Krause, Jerry Wayne Baker, James Douglas Jones, Robert George Pekoski, Joseph G. Krauska, Dale Williams, Stanley Ebersol Brinton, Dean McLeod Fowler, Dominic Frank Scavione, James William Abbott, William Francis Desmond, Mark Joseph Lubrich.
Alan Burke Hodgkins, Lawrence William Moore, Billy Wade Leach, Alan Joseph Watsman, Alfred Taylor Rittenhouse, Robert Edward Mahoney, Thomas Clement O'Rourke, Edward Charles Purcell, Louis Randolph Quick, Daniel Dean Moore, Michael Ralston Ward, George Warden Bennett, John Curry, Gerald Charles Peterson, Kevin Joseph McLaughlin, William Dennis Cannon.
Donnie Wayne Chasteen, John Adolphus Cruz, Lloyd Barry Benton, M.C. Nelson, Albert Edmund Knoll, Thomas Edward Grassa, Samuel Crittenton Hatton, Henry James Gregg, James Graham McMaster, David Riccio, Stephen Bryant Campbell, David Howard Barkovich, Frederick Joseph Morgan, Michael James Duff, Ronald Gary Howard, Arnold Philip Spitzer.
Calvin Jean Ollis, Leslie Anthony Burr, John King, Richard Wilson Saylor, John Bernard Register, Adam B. Legg, George Albert Witten, Roy Anthony Antonini, Larry Eugene Osborne, Thomas Lester Johnson, Charles Acton Billings, Carl Emerson Christie, Timothy Albert Comiskey, Gavin David Mason, Thomas Joseph Olson, Robert Charles Quinn,
Larry David Arbach, Jimmy Neil Bullock, James David Cowles, Stephen M. David, Thomas Francis Holland, Clifford Allen Stearns, Alan Clovis Edgeworth, George James Young, Stephen Ray Atchley, Paul Jackson Davis, Lucian DeMont Bolston, Ronald James Wright, Jerome Andrew Moore, Donald Wayne Vasswing, David Emil Oliva, Robert Jean Robson,
Agapito George Alvarez, Levi John Horn, George Stone Beck, George Paul Arsenal, James Alexander Warren, Richard Lee Weishamel, Robert Charles Grace, Timothy Gerald Plaskett, Gerald Carr Spath, Leonard McBride, Charles Gordon Vaughn, Michael John Sokola, Francis Lawrence Holowinski, Bobby Jean Mewborn, William Paul Schwartz, Thomas Frederick Kingen.
Alan Joseph Gatesman, Richard David Rando, Dennis Stanley DeJewel, Forrest William Page, Grant Mark Pitcher, Robert Lee Simpson, Hassel Jr. Holt, Donald Eugene Gannon, Charles Hamilton Shirtliff, Melvin Craig Rebholz, Robert Allen Kaplan, William Gary Daling, Gary Wayne Garner, Daniel Benjamin Kuttner, Edward Phillips Smith, William Dennis Winter, Larry Wayne Faulkner.
Brian Anthony Russo, Richard Eugene Hatzenbuller, John Herman Graff, Thomas S. Cafferty, Donald Jean Rose, Howard Cusick, John Robert Elm, Raymond Pomeroy, Richard Allen Franskowski, Robert John Macker, James Allen Morrissey, Elmer Almo Senery, Robert Francis Rogers, Michael Lee Davis, Harold DeRoy Barefoot, Terry Lee Evans.
Cecil Eugene Daniels, Henry Leon Ox, Lawrence Ernest Thompson, Charles Herbert Wicksburg, David Edward Blaney, Adrian Lewis Durbin, Michael Alexander Kosmitsky, Robert Warren Burkhart, John Joseph Hogan, James Lorenzo, Dennis Larry Brooks, Michael Frank Hargis, Walter Joseph Da Silva, Anthony Thomas Musto, Lawrence Ray South, Terry Allen Farmer.
Gregory Mark Chazarian, Maynard Lee Mayberry, Julian Pierce Nars, Julius Roy Harding, Lee Oscar Barnaby, Alan Kurtz, John Emerson Sims, Tommy Ray King, Dixon Lynn Farron, Thomas Michael Kelly, Brian Carl Hill, Edward Stanley Pincher, Henry Colin Ferris, Terry Eugene Thomas, Adolfo Morales Melendez, Juan Carlos Ruiz.
John Edward Hall, Stanley David Clayman, Joseph Falabella, Gary Glenn Feduc, Richard Thomas LeGrand, John George Clemens, Lawrence Joseph Taylor, Fred George Zimmerman, Robert George Kraus, Bernard Joseph Zaleski, Curtis Dale Peterson, Frank Tincher, Danny Carroll Garland, William Howard Hegg, or Heggie, Lyman Jean Harris, Charles Arthur Hancock.
Tommy Lewis Marjoram, Terry Lee Tart, Buddy Carl McDavid, William Peter Waring, William Broxson, Teddy Ray Matinee, Robert Curtis Williamson, Thomas Robert Gray Sr., Robert Eugene Woolbridge, James Richard Lawrence, John Nicholas Paul, Robert Lee Dudley, Richard Donald Santisteven, Vincent James Ungaro, Michael Douglas Harris, Warren Arthur Seymour.
Terry Eugene Thompson, Arthur Edward Wade, Francisco de Leon Gutierrez, Peter Nelson Burghart, Paul Arthur Mitchell, Leroy Thomas Whaler, Theodore McCriss, Jimmy Weldon Bradley, David Lee Brock, Elmer Eugene Hogan, Dennis Delton Bratz, Edward Janney Brannon, Anthony Genevrino, Terry Glenn Mitchell, John Frank Parisi, Kenneth James Taylor, Roy Edwin Thomas.
Jack Lawrence Niedermeyer, David James Gibson, Robert Lotez Ortega, Paul Joy Blosser, Michael Anthony Scott, Tommy Albert Provence, James Arthur McGinn, Leo Peter Allen, Jesus Garcias Alceguedo, Mark Atkin Anderson, Paul Edward Kirkman, Theodore Paul Garcias, George Edward Davis, Michael Craig Frost, Dennis Edward Kanke, Charles Henry Russell.
Roy Edward Staples, Russell Alton Emmon, Lowell Trent Falconberry, Donald Ray Wells, David William Jones, Ronald Eugene Faust, Anthony James Slomsky, Keith Melvin Anderson, Ronald Lee Harris, Ira Richard Priddy, Owen Albert King, Robert Wayne McGuffin, Robert Frank Grossley, Walter Sherman Jones, Johnny Cruz Salas, Robert F. DiBernardo.
George Daniel Bartol, Jeffrey Dwayne Gardner, David H. Coons, Roy Edward Chambers, George Orville Douglas, Danny Lynn Bennett, Walker Paul Fox, Lloyd Allen Abel, Robert Henry Spindler, William Bolslaw Klimek, David Eugene Askew, Donald Larry Hassler, David Lopez Vasquez, Neil Richard Dixon, Stephen Farrell American, Kent Eric Renback.
Louis Webster Cody, Truzel de Remus, Harold Lee Murphy, Harold Cliff Boyce, Donald Edward Havey, Charles Joseph Savage, Frank Norman Siegfried, Michael Bruce Erickson, Dale Eston Williams, Fred Hunter Richmond, Charles E. Goines, William Covington, Jose F. Gurule, Joseph Allen Caller, Ronald Allen Anderson, George Rice Harris.
Dean Alwyn Spence, Paul Marshall Facklem, Leonard Densmore, Arvin Ross Mortenston, Donald Duane Gokenauer, Brian Paul Van Washnova, Paul Kofsky, David Joseph Cordis Sr., William Burton Henline, Dennis Henry Husband, Roger Joseph Cohote, Kenneth Franklin Brunel, Rush Dale Holton, Richard Lee Gentry, Francis Norman Wing, William Lester Morton.
Kevin John Donahue, Peter Thomas Petrino, Frank Hartley Miller, Frank Evans Moffett, Russell Allen Weber, Raymond John Reeves, Gilbert Reed Rowan, Timothy O'Toole, Larry Lee Wine Sr., Stanley George Kukla, Gary Richard Minkler, Joseph Anthony Palante, Jerry Lester Griffith, Jerry Joseph Foster, Jack Wayne Bradley, Samuel Cochran.
John Flores Davila, Clifford Minoru Miyashiro, Harrison Blake Thompson, Richard Williams Downs, Lloyd Bryce Krupp, William Allen Bartow, Ralph E. Whitler, David Lester Williamson, Richard Allen Dalton, Robert Aubrey Duncan, Todd Ripley Orman, Charles Eugene Morrow, Richard Merle Buccilli, Robert Brockton Irwin, Cameron Brett Keister, Thomas George B.
Jarrett Lynn Huff, Michael Lynn Harger, James D. Wynn, Craig Stephen Patswald, Larry Dean Tremblay, Keith Tiffany, Daniel James Tomko, Bruce Wayne Williams, Roger Eugene Ford, Dennis Robert Thiemann, Thomas Anthony Capoccioni, William Edward McHale, Dean Gordon Pape, Stephen Leonard Sequist, Frank Charles Harrison, Don Royal Hampton.
Clifford Todd Briggs, Garen William Sparks, Gregory Wayne Thayer, Ralph Edward Slaughter, James G. Woodbury, Luther Cornelius Wallace III, Frank William Balavage, Ronald Richard Fishbeek, William Ronald Smith, Leslie James Cottle, John Alson Rude, James Junji Yoshida, Thomas Edward Hay, Robert Allen Beasley, Kenneth Eugene Wiseman, Paul Wilson Blood Heron.
Paul Anthony MacDonald, Paul Lawrence Dunn, Eugene Rommel, James Joseph Killoran, Edward Pete Stewart Harrison, Philip Raoul Salvador, Howard William James Sr., Thurman Paul Kahn, James Ivan Menzef, Danielle Lee Mafridis, Walter Dowd Honeycutt III, Paul Maywood Riddlebodger, Frederick Richard Copley, Robert William Sanders, Myron Frederick Lagomarsino, Leon Shirley Atwater.
William Rush Morgan, Max Emil Leitz, Elliot Lee Stewart, William Allen Kirk, Roderick Michael Wills, James Richard Lane, Roger Joseph Bernacki, Daniel John Delisle, Jimmy Carroll McFarling, John Thomas McKay, Billy Wayne McPherson, Darce Wayne Freeman, Dennis Marin Perry, Joseph Franklin Bird, Robert Charles Lyon, Joseph Bernard McGuan, Jesus Gutierrez Salgado.
Alan Morris Logan, Elliot Charles English, Rodney Willard Gunch, Eugene Charles Marbader, Charles William Mernon III, Richard David Reimer, Mark E. Hunter, Harold Bentley, Richard L. Whitwer, Francis Dennis Collins, Richard Paul Simpson, William Robert Glanz, Albert D. McNeil Chambers, Douglas Leroy Young, Ellis Eugene Meadows, Robert Charles Tate.
Glenn Joseph Beckwith, Roberto Milton Romero, Donald Russell Caberline, Peter Adams Fellman, Sylvester Ernest McLaughlin, Melvin John Banthraw, Harold Ray Fuller, Stan Sermons, Lawrence Joseph Hackett, Charles Lyle Patton, Alvina Tanoa West, Ralph Richard Somm, Ronald David Krebs, Brian Glenn Gunderson, Michael J. Engler, Ronald Shook.
George Edward Cook, Frank Harvey Verdin, William Lee Hare, Charles Richard Hall, Charles John Hubish, Cecil Dwayne Lewis, Edmund George McGaldy, Robert Hayden Jones, Robert Thomas Petruska, John Leslie Taylor, Terrence George Dunick, Walter Allen Cheatham, Joseph Harvey Summit, Harry Martin Murray, Donald Paul Pfeiffer, Frederick James Chicoine,
Jerome Francis Stevens, Jeffrey Joseph Stainer, Alfred Barrera Ramirez, Owen James Tomlinson, Ronald Charles Rose, Flory Lewis Perrone, Ronald Alvin Moore, Leslie William Moon, William Allen Robinson, Florentino Herrera, Joseph Randall Barnes, Richard Allen Alvin Johnson, John Michael Roduick, Robert Merle Bowser, George Charles Olnick, Arthur William Simard.
William Hayden Jones, David Earl Atwood, Thomas Joseph O'Brien Jr., Daniel Joseph Wing, Joseph A. Michaud, William Joseph Squires, John Edwin Fields, Paul Joseph Sandmeyer, Frank John Howard Mulnickel, Willard Allen Murray, Donald James Hedges, Vincenzo Bordenaro, Robert Preston O'Brien, Lonnie Lee Garrison, William Albert Miojewski, William Lee Hightower, Alan J. Hale.
Robert Eugene Stafford, Frederick George Whitticus, Albert Charles Berdard, Daniel Francis Maloney, Gerald Tommen Martic, John Ross Olson, James Dalton Breeden, Richard William Wood, Billy Bob Walkabout, Craig Walter Anderson, Ronald Dean Klassen, David Frederick McKeon, John Armenta Martinez, John David Sullivan, William Thomas Massey, Charles Lamar Johnson.
Ronald Murray Swanson, John Anthony Wilkinson, Harold Ray Farrow, David Shannon Morris, Willie Ray Hall, Norman Charles Megahan, Charles Martin Harding, Michael Anthony Weber, Walter O'Donnell Cameron, Roderick Allen Matheson, Lynn Meredith Ross, Charles Leslie Seddon, Gary Federico Marty, Robert Albert Redmond, Carl Robert Engel, Robert Allen Konopka.
Michael Frank Sistone, Ted Wayne Wiggs, Kenneth Lee Slider, John Dale Abbott, Arthur Howard Kidney, Charles Earl McAnally, Ronald Paul Hagan, Stephen John Zardis, Charles Key, Dennis Andrew Banks, Paul Leopoldo Perez, Lothrop Withington, Homer Reynolds, Richard Leonard Colomb, Joseph Frank Paoni, John Henry Barrett.
Dennis Charles Hickman, Donald Eugene Duncan, Dennis Lee Felix Sr., Kenneth Leroy Wilkes, James Allen Wright, Arthur Stanley Biolorski, Harold Lee Robertson, Peter Michael Vosbosky, Douglas Lee Fawcett, Everett Albert Chadbourne, Michael Ray Dirth, Patrick Stephen Huskill, Wayne Kyle Duncan Jr., Raleigh Ray Robinson, Edwin George Driscoll, Benjamin Alden Russell.
Sean Emmett Doherty, Holly Joe Walker, Angelo Pomelo, Keith Max Curry, Harold Clayton Cooey, Paul Bailey, Keith Thomas Blackman, Richard Darrell Moore, David Michael Dillon, Lloyd Reynold Smith, David James Pistachio, Damian Wagoski, Robert Dickey Nix, Joseph Edward Boback, Donald Lee Wilson, Jerome Kelch.
Kirk Bailey Kremer, William Glenn Oldham, Paul Masinkus, Francis E. Vining, Gerard Joseph McManus, Walter Burt Lunsford, Miguel Pacheco, Robert William Service, James Frederick Sawtell, Francis Arthur Waters, Jerry Eugene Burgeon, William Carroll Herman, William Clement Jenkins, Gary Edmund Meadows, John Lewis Dell, David Michael Johnson.
Frederick Eugene Tomlin, Jackson A. Garrettson, Leonard Carl Lordy, Thomas Rustman, Jackie Charles Slemp, Paul Clifford Mon, Robert Wayne Lum, Dell Edward Kaufner, Douglas D. Trump, Dalton Ernest Alexander, Charles Edward Reed, Gerald Stephen Kendelick, Otis Herman Glenn, William Frederick Johnston, George Albert Cedar, Walter J. Antka,
James Albert Kennedy, Michael Valentine Leone, Michael Patrick Valerie, James Austin Ansley, Philip Robert Cooper, Richard Alexander McKetchin, Lawrence Edward Evans, Kenneth Jarman, Ronald Alexander Mackenzie, John Jeremiah Dottavio, Randolph Craig Hamlin, Alan Eugene Maxwell, Larry Dalton Snow, Roger Lee Cunningham, Gary Walter Burda, Larry Huggy Poor.
Dennis Lee Gump, Perry Michael McColpin, Gregory John Otto, Michael Collins, is that okay? Stephen Patton Shepard, Danny Monroe Bishop, James Richard Stevens, Michael Allen Hemphill, Gerald Kenneth Oland, Paul Bennett Yeski, Franklin L. Glow, Tommy Lee Walker, David Joseph Marsh, Kenneth James Kaketch, Russell Denton Coleman, James Doc Feliciano, Douglas D. Fawcett, William Kyle Duncan Jr., Walter J. Ansack.
Larry Huey Poor, Frank S. Pagano, Joseph Roger Corbin, Joel Arnold Aguano, Alan Dale Jerky, Robert William Stevenson, Boyd Wayne Bandy, Richard Stanley Watko, Lee Rowe Kohler, George Joseph Barrett, Thomas Craig Davies, Ronald Leo Zug, Taras Bazadaj, Russell Lee Crossman, Larry H. Woodard, Louis Litchfield, Lloyd Bill Darnell.
Malcolm Charles Bauer, Clifford Marvin McNaught, Floyd William Valine, Donald Wilson Taylor, Walter Theodore Beese, Kenneth Lee Gu, Mark Daniel R. DeLand, James Hunt, Michael Earl Meadows, Eugene Bernius, Joseph Andrew Adamski, William E. Ballinger, Ronald Charles Haldis, Robert Carey Davis Sr., William Allen Gibbs, Billy Leland Seagraves.
Grady Howard, Richard Thomas Smith, David Kent Wright, Teddy Rousseau Banal, Max Jr. Prentice, Dale Lane Sarr, Carol Eugene Hokinson, James Whiten Rankin, Kennedy Lee Smith, Carlos Mendez Villarreal, Joe Thomas Spencer Jr., Chester Mark Wolf, Douglas Gordon Byrne, John Daniel Johnson, William Albert Strait, Richard Sheridan Downing, my uncle William Evans Jr.
Earl Richard Mason, Brent Robinson Miller, John Raymond Nash, William Wesley Wolfe, William S. Pierce, Robert Allen Conley, Don Laverne Crum, James Gumbel, Danny Joe Miller, Donald Dwight McCanns, John Joseph Dubril, Robert Louis Lutz, Wilburn Hugh Anderson, Jose Sanchez, Craig Masayuki Higashiyama.
Peter D. Schmidt, Edward Joseph McGrath, Carmen de Cruz, James Francis Decker, Dominic Gerard Pinardo, Bonnie Jean McWilliams, Chance Ron Allen Cannon, Glenn Allison Howell, Gary Edward Schuing, Michelle Edward Tremmel, Jimmy Ralph Perkins, James Joseph Tyson, Stanley Matthew Krzyzewski, Charles McLaughlin III, Richard Louis Naccioni, Don Edward Junkin.
Alan Dale Yerke, James Ray Simmons, Donald Lewis Connon, Dennis Leo Kazale, Robert Henry Cape, Dennis Ray Kolb, Larry Dean Rodman, Jeffrey Scott Hutchison, Bobby Denauer Baker, Jesus Guadalupe Chavez Acosta, Melvin M. Davis, Frank Anton Bassarab, Daniel George McCarthy, William S. Oberman, Thomas Gerard Kane, Teddy Allen Roseberry, Raymond Willis Early, Jr.
Donald Dwayne Olson, James Howard McAllister, William Joseph O'Connor, Robert Joseph Schaub, Richard Eugene Koppenhaver, William Frederick Muller, Gregory J. Tom, Lawrence Alonzo Elkins, George Edward Carter, Hardy Mai Phipps, Jerry Bernard Klein, Jack Robert Goulden, Thomas William Lane, Thomas Michael Morrison, John Ernest Dolly, Bruce Allen Peters.
Walter R. Leva, Wayne Nicholas Faya, Daryl Ronald Altoff, Mark Andrew Kilty, Kevin Ringer Neely, James Leroy Wines, Dale Leon Vincent, Roger Dale Miller, George Joseph Maltby, John Franklin Jones, David William Prieb, Benjamin Carlos Villegas, Brian Keith Saling, Richard J. Torrentino, Jimmy Charles Shepard, Joseph Leo Waitman,
Donald Richard Staley, Herman Albert Eagle Jr., Randall Richard Miller, William Black St. John, Alfonso H. Aguilar, George Francis Wojciech, Thomas Lee Stockwell, McDonald Valentine Jr., Jimmy Earl Rogers, Francis Albert Markovich, Ronald Wayne Roberts, Donald Theodore Isaacs, Gregory Franklin Brown, Denny Ray Block, Stanley Warren Cates, John Vincent McCabe.
Robert Lee Tillman, Robert William Smith, Jerry Dean Armstrong, Norman Eugene Graham, Stephen Lee Emery, Dennis Clyde Patterson, Carl Mark Buff, Dallas Marion Stevenson, Raymond Oswald Beverly, William Francis Hooper, Terry Allen Prout, Philip Edward Gable, Mike Harold Bowie, Larry L. Fines, Francis W. Miller, Daniel Richard Gogol.
Paul Dwayne Cawthon, Lloyd Morris Frankenberry, Kevin Albert Root, Marvin Brantley Stubbs, James Henry Branhe, Leonard Lee Knox, Alan Robert Scott, Douglas Roger McVeigh, David Anthony Soscano, Irvin John Schultzner, William Durrell Herring, Douglas Wayne Barton, William Charles Ringersma, Herbert W. Wilkes, Charles Joseph Henry, Ralph Coppa.
John Peter Alcama, Franklin Henry Gould, Thomas Patrick Scanlon, Jack Douglas Mays, Hugh Cephas Palmer, Randall Lee Hines, Richard Glennon, Thomas Franklin Brock, John Jerome Ignish, William Earl Bailey, Luis Antonio Rosales Jr., Richard James Fifield, Thomas George Angelos, Merrill Manson Young, Jerome Donald Lemke, Roy Lee Harris.
Ronald Walter Fazio, Elwood James Trippin, Robert Hepburn Yancey, Joseph Hepjum, Robert Long, John Richard Pollitt, Kenneth Matthew Carter Jr., Jerry Ray Bolin, David Tolley Johnson, Paul Martinez, Dennis Eugene Drebert, James Newton Henderson, Anthony Leroy Haynes, Frankie Dwight Weaver, Stanley James Shaw, Mark Allen Roselle.
David Jeremiah Giglio, William Frederick Castleberry, Rocher Bill Watts, William James McMahon, Stuart Chester Price, David Stephen Woodruff, Don Carl Allen, Kevin John Walsh, Leslie Byron Eyre, Jerry Wayne Williams, Gary Duan Wolfe, Jesse Huell Central, Mario Dominic Petiti, Joseph Albert Beard, Daniel Joseph Ruffing, Terry Lee Peterson.
Anthony Zimitrowicz, John D. Vitholkos, Gerald William Murray, Frank Garcia, Stephen Patrick Wilbur, Joseph Blaze Alaknis, Dennis Merle Bond, Edwin Lamar Richter, Arthur Adams McKenzie, Ray Daniel Pace, Frederick Dwayne Brester, George Harry Lanter, Billy K. Tarver, Roy A. Pierce, Robert Edward Kennedy, Thomas George Glenn.
Wiley Cecil Mingia, Roger Montgomery Pickett, Leon Terry Nowitzki, Robert Randy Worthley, James Wilson Spence, George Paul Fielder, Timothy Allen Quain, Roger Glenn Vandiver, Franklin Woodrow Whaley, William Dale Vossen, Kenneth Edward Lambert, Richard Dale Hawkins, John Hamilton Clifford III, Marshall Wayne Yeager, Stephen Douglas Eves, Donald Cameron Clifton, Joseph Albert Byrd.
Robert Joseph Guervermont, Lloyd James Hedrick, Jesse Warren Spencer, Joseph William Shelsky, Stephen Dale Bellis, Kenneth Arthur Carlson, Joel Austin Simmons, John A. Taft, Jimmy Leslie Grissom, James Leon Schwartz, Harry John Williamson, George Stanley Cornelius, William David Tammy, David Daniel Hale, James Tim Schwantes, Bruce Earl Hartman.
Louis Markham Anderson, Richard Paul Pace, George Francis Sola, David John Stencil, Richard Charles Woodcock, George Earl Hoffman, Douglas Howard Wood, David James Fahey, George D. Engelbrandt, Robert Edison Mitchum, Timothy Clinton Miller, Ernest Luther Smith, Joseph Thomas Timpano, Melvin Glenn Hensley, Norman Ernest Raymond, Robert Francis Risky.
Alan Wayne Moore, Robert Charles Plicka, Benny Errol Gruen, Richard Martin Williams, John Marcos Reyes, Virgil Edward Green, Sandy Lee Foster, Alan Craig Gehring, Ronald D. Crowley, Stephen Henry Snodgrass, Donald Bruce Williams, Henry Francis Caridio, Wayne Henry Tissinger, Gilbert Arthur Ortega, Robert Archer Slover, Joseph Mark Salas.
David Herbert McNerney, Joseph Michael Casper, Raymond Francis Olero, Gerald Allen Heitzenrader, Richard Ernest Crumvita, Thomas Edison Snyder, Raymond Clark Thompson, Rondell Lee Nelson, Harold Edwin Curtis Jr., Gregory Kelly, Walter Lewis Barber, James Ferdinand McKernan, William Jean Foreman, Lowell Edwin Gilmore, Gregory Patrick Russell, my sweet daddy, Francis Calvin Cunningham.
George Francis Shukla. Wayne DeLoss Wines. Michael Stanley Edward Smentkowski. John Paul Lottie. Alan Alfred Howardell. James Lyle Freud. Lando Charles Moore. Howard Larry Bars. Michael Jerry Bashta. Albert Craig Miller. Donald Edward Yates. Pete Andy Winneck. Harold Clayton Blankenship. Donald Stanley Rosolowski. Roy Knight, Jr. Joseph Eugene Bergwin. Joseph Dennis Amante.
William Jackson Warner, Richard Whittle Parada, Robert John Castor, Daniel Joseph Dennis Sr., Julius Faraday, Eugene Raymond Vanneman, Richard Louis Serrani, Edward Eugene Crowley, Jerry Robert Osteen, Lonnie Lee McDaniel, Kenneth John Spina, Duriel W. Castile, Richard Charles Shilsky, John W. Shabahout, Carrie Robert Dukowick, Herman Delbert Dillard.
Rodine Linwood Thompson, Jr. Daniel Willard Hack. Henry Eugene Steele III. Augustine Rodriguez. Robert Jerome Stittle. Charles Howard Hicks. Dennis Rex Brower. Colin Michael Coughlin. Joseph E. Dougherty. Floyd Pitts Simmons, Jr. Theodore William Cantrell. Francis William Rabadou. Dennis John Majeski. John Carl Blaylock. Everett Wayne Hoff. Nicholas Joseph DeFleur.
Floyd Neil Ritter, Lawrence Martin Bauman, Vernon Eugene Smith, Herbert H. Gensberger, Thomas David Richards, Michael Anthony Desjen, Robert Arthur Hunter, Dennis Patrick Rady, Donald Frank Kennedy, David William Haskell, James Wendell Clifford, Elmer Andy Strickland, Robert Lee White, James Edward Retch, Robert Lynn Craycroft, Marilyn Eileen Gardner.
Gary Wayne Puckett, Harold G. Hill, John Francis Davis, Carl Frederick Ferguson, Frank Russell Weinsheimer, my late husband, Harold Leslie McPherson, Vincent Frank Chavez, Wallace Smart Reed, Russell Leroy Stitler, Anthony Augustine Sholaki, John Frederick Hess, Terry Lynn Kobe, John Ben Cook, Clyde Robert Young, Thomas Vincent Posey, Howard Lee Boswell.
Raymond Louis Siriani, Robert Cecil Edwards, Richard Raymond Schrank, Dean Paul Buell, William James Fenno, Manuel Huerta, Glenn Leroy Johnson, Harry Walter Schuman, Donald Michael Nemeth, James Joseph Slusser, John Daniel Helton, Dale Leroy Code, Jesse Floyd Saxton, Mark Edward Bridges, Paul Terry Lindsay, Fred John Crustall, Charles William D'Amico.
Ralph Emerson Reinhardt III, Paul Joseph Yeremian, Floyd Ray Burkett, Richard Will Nagy, Richard Allen Macedo, Dean Foster, Jerry Pierpoint Morgan, Terry Ellsworth Schlusser, Robert Canton Hopp, Robert William Crocker, Everett Charles Davidson, Daniel Robert Shea, William Eugene Brown, Guy Austin Lewis, my father, Stephen Everett Riddle, Kurt Anders Lazowski.
Stephen Michael Silliman, Benjamin Orozco, Richard Durant Yancey, Larry Joseph Zedek, Richard Gilbert Hilton, Howard Rembert Yeatman, James Luther Scott, Orville Hugh Olson, Robert James Kidwell, John Charles Berchinger, Robert Bruno Gaida, Russell Carl Jeffts, Wesley Keith Davis, Wayne Ward Wolfe, David Wesley Gould, James Samuel Hood.
Paul Allen Miller, George James Sliwa, Warren Robert Bray, Joseph Henry Grokowski, Richard Thomas Yard, Max Vernon Rittenauer Jr., Henry Andrew Sobolak, Wayne Mitchell Knoller, John James Corrigan, Frank Joseph Schaefer, Thomas Joseph Kelly, Terry Allen Kent, Charles Edward McCollum, Thomas J. Guffey, Charlie Coleman Lane, Ricky James Lofton.
Raymond Frank Maurer, William John Fesco, James Frederick Flint, Michael Joseph Reardon, Dennis Jasper Weber, Richard William Frederiking, Ramon Luis Rodriguez Garcia, Thomas Henry Harmon, Roger Michael Shear, Gary Joseph King, Henry Wayne Carter, Curtis William Berner, Michael Vernon Dunlap, Alfonso Maurice Marsh, James Eugene Miller, Bobby Lee Michael,
Danny Lee Rosier, Weldon Cecil Gainey, Kenneth Howard Laudenslager, James M. Heath, Paul Francis Ecovidi, Alan Gordon James, George Miller Stang, Michael Bernard Greshawak, Edward Mitchell Purdy, Frederick Allen Douglas, Eldon Dean Kraus, Paul George Babot, Stanley Edward Mills, Randall Densmore, Richard Joseph Horacio Rico, and Gregory M. Gonzalez.
James Anthony Sellner, Johnny Michael Bennett, Nelson Couch, Frederick Paul Short, Charles Jasper Hansen, Charles Robert Powell, Robert Christian Gruber, William Clifford Ibaugh, Russell Gary Cassin, Chester Arthur Hibbert, Emery Stanley Hootie, John Roland Smith, Gary Lynn Lloyd, Leonard Joe Maxwell, Thomas Michael Butcher, Richard Alexander Zenick.
Joe Louis Collier, Henry Wesley Robinson, Ronald Stephen Muti, Alfred David Potter, David Lopez, Michael Eugene Graff, Max Leo Rosenberg, Nicholas Scirocco, Richard Alois Franauer, Frederick Shepard Gertz, Robert Pico, Bernard Scott Schneider, Harlan Reuben Borens, Edwin Manford Butler, Roger Dale Rawlings, Dennis Andrew Kelly.
Gerald William Segerson, Daniel Frank Tamanica, Hugo Antonio Rocha, Walter Roy Leuenberger, Gunnar Frederick Davis, Robert John Krofsick, Gary Melvin Knight, James Paul Reed, Ronald Ted Housley, Marvin Lee Hemley, Salvatore Gallo, Terry C. Hunter, Robert Francis Witowski, Roger Allen Meeker, Marshall Eugene Johnson.
Elton D. Guttrow.
John Cadman Garrettson, Paul Anthony Polifron, Michael Joseph O'Brien, Charles William Carey, Patrick Allen Alexander, Darrell Elwin Warfel, Leonard Arthur Ramsey, Ronald Dale Booth, Donald Wayne Bunnell, Bernard Foyle, Archie Clay Butch Williams, Thomas Earl Murray, Paul Edward Malinowski, John Lee Greenward, Jared Lee Fassler, Jimmy Dale Johnson.
John Elmer Lewis, David Richard Frank, Clarence Allen Mack, Michael Moore Redan, Peter Edward Locks, Larry David Troop, Edward A. Barton, Richard Michael Hoffman, James Joseph Henke, John Timothy Brozovich, John Joseph Scahill, Neil Aaron White, Charles Marvin Kelton, Robert Joseph Murphy, Michael Ray Patton, Kevin William Dale.
William Charles King, Michael Joseph Lipka, Robert Norman Michaelis, Varney Lamar Massey, Victor Walter Gorlinsky, Albert Clarence Grega, Arthur Ray Martin, Joel Franklin Lindsay, Stephen Charles Rakeen, Theodore Davis Ney, Britt C. Adair, Kirk Leroy Lane, Dwayne Edward Alger, William Robert Quinn, Richard Allen Dillon, Paul Thomas Prebish.
Bobby Leon DeShazer, Paul Edward Bankston, John Lambert Lednam, James Kirby Neebs, Richard Leba, Michael Don Strickland, Melvin Ray Valentine, Dennis Lynn Hammond, Wilton Bryant Robertson, Owen Bernard Abel, Bernard Joseph Friel, Frederick Scott Morgan, James Chafin Washburn, Ricky Lee Carls, Howard Joseph Schultz, Warren Mark Hove.
Claude Edward Goebel, Bobby Joe Engel, James Allen Dare, Larry Dean Westerfield, William Edward Anson, Lonnie Ray Saunders, Robert James Mott, Regis Anthony Franciscus Jr., Dennis James Hewitt, Harry Kenneth Cass, David Lawrence Crook, Jimmy Allen Walker, Gilbert Leo Ryder, James Lee Nye, Charles Robert Perkins, Robert Leo Hickman,
Clint Alton Piegler, Larry Hughes Rogers, Edwin Harold Unger II, Gary Lee Biesner, Randall Richard Gray, Donald Edward Fector, James Vernon Cuthbertson, William Lewis Flatter, Lee Charles Hertu, Richard Elwin Parsons III, Clarence Charles Bauman, Richard Anthony Naylor, Michael Henry Walsh, Willis Harrison Taylor, David Paul Wickert, William Darlington Cornwell.
Ronald Lee Peebles, Harvey George Gangler, Terry Lee Simmons, Waylon Rudolph Davis, David Ira Rupp, Tom Johnson, Joseph Dwayne Petit, William Wilson, Robert Dean Vaughn, Donald Dean Wilson, Ovi B. Clark, Gene Roger Familo, Roy Owen Bowen, Gary Eugene Floyd, Robert Anton Blakely, Donald Lee Gardner.
Donald Edward Tipton, Brent K. Young, Paul Leo Ertz, Stephen Royce Bloxam, William Kenneth Tatum, Marvin Dwayne Gebhart, Larry Allen Scott, Joseph Richard Mingus, Stanley Marvin Oliver, John Luther Knuckles, David Paul Costin, Robert Joseph Krabell, Roger Lee Thorne, J. Johnson Tarble Jr., Howard Glenn Brent, William Floyd Heath Jr.
LaVoice Ray Bryant, Sal Arturo Silva, Terry Vaughn Wilson, Larry Dean Cole, Thomas William Bierman, Douglas Lanier Gilliam, Arthur Sidney McFetridge, Jerome Joseph Dejean, Robert A. Cameron, Thomas Jefferson Wood, Gary Jean Green, George Paul Rosa, Thomas Patrick Scholes, Vernon Caldwell Park, Luther Lee Freeman, Carl Douglas Regal.
James Lloyd Pickett, Paul L. Radian, Lester Lee Riley, William Francis Traynor, Samuel Salinas, John Pajita, Charles Edward Evans, Lloyd Kazuto Murayama, George Yergi Rhodes, Frank Ellsworth Elliott, James Anthony Colicchio, Arthur William Schaffmeyer, Teddy Bruce Craven, Donald Allen Walton, Robert Lloyd Jenkins, William B. Phillips.
Frederick Walton Temple, Russell Sterling Whitman, James Olin Beck, Jerry Stanley, Robert James Sullivan, Rafael Ramos Gonzalez, Gary Paul Harding, Howard James Brinkerhoff, Robert Joseph Rossman, Thomas A. Brown, Larry Eugene Letterman, James Ronald Miller, Edgar Paul Duker, Dennis Paul Daddick, Clyde Roger Price, Patrick James Palumbo.
Antonio Caetano Suarez, John Arthur Kilfeather, Roger Lewis Mason, Tommy Collier Tankersley, Harold Charles Abbey, Byron Sidney Sheldon, Arthur Joseph Begin, Kenneth Harold Bloom, Terry Lee Wagner, Walter Stephen Heller, Noel Robert Janvier. Richard Alfred Peliquin. James Daniel Buttram. Charles Edson Crone. Max Mija Camberos. Jack William Ferguson.
Robert Richard Teed, Thomas Lee Kelly, Lawrence Omer Poirier, Michael G. Obrecht, Frank N. Ellie, Charles Roderick Everett, Gerald Scott Regal, Richard Ken Simpson, Charles Antoine Leninger, Joseph Paul Lopez, Willard Cleveland Davenport, Raymond Gregory Upchurch, Armand George Grau, Curtis Andrew Culver, Stephen Roger Osier, Michael John Noland.
Otis Carroll Huggins, Edward William Daniel, Michael Mallory, George Ellis McComsky, Daniel Stephen Hudson, Ralph Edward Black, James Robert Pinter, Francis Vincent Sala, James William Holbrook, Robert Lee Brown, Robert Francis Ty, Thomas Eugene Story, Danny Robert McWilliams, Thomas Carlisle Graham, James Arthur Hyman, Thomas Glenn Miller.
Brian Lewis Everman, John Stephen Braden, Michael Lee Needham, Norman Eugene Johnson, Charles Marvin Johnson, Carl D. Long, James Daniel Ralston, Ronnie Lee Wilson, Robert Earl Fitzgerald, Thomas Gerard Rosebach, Kenneth Lee Defoe, Jean Arthur Drost, Michael Edward Reagan, Richard Thomas Carroll, Gerald Leroy Schneider, Richard Allen Lighthall.
Eugene J. I.O. Magnuson, Robert James Siver, Philip Michael Saylor, John Patrick Tomaino, John Lynn Kelly, Paul Andrew McGuire, Richard Neil Sendler, John Vincent Hecker, Leo Fred Siwick, Robert John Wilson, Everett Eldon Warwicks, Bruce Allen Owen, Dwight David Stanley, Richard Edward Trufant, William Lee Stewart, Malvin Earl Dickinson.
My dad, Mark Douglas Hutchinson, Frank John Vole, Richard Stephen Wagner, William Robert Paschal, Gary Charles Loncherick, James Roger Bowden, Thomas Gustav Carl Jacobson, Dallas Laverne Smith, Glennon Charles Summers, David Paul Egressy, Jimmy Lee Howard, Peter Philip Philhauer, Willie Mercer, Arthur Frank Torres, John Franklin Bruce, Donald Ray Stokes.
Nicholas Jerome Ruland, Gary Rodman Cranor, William Roger Jordan, Christopher James Murphy, Leonard Earl Potter, Gary Wayne Simpson, Richard Allen McCraw, J. McKay Morgan, Terry Charles Leslie, William H. Smith, Michael Vaughn Hill, Harry Wayne Tucker, John Joseph Donnelly, Vern Cheryl Reynolds, Frank Howard Wojtek, Richard Charles Lang.
Edward Donald Smith, John Clark Wallace, Harold Raymond Marcellet, Thomas Eugene Frawley, James Robert McGregor, Edward Louis Hayes, Gerald James Conkle, Thomas A. Mell, Richard Edward Greaser, Luis Eduardo Rosas Luca, Thomas E. Green, Frederick Harold Hemphill Jr., Albert Rain Corriveau, Patrick James Eddy, Joseph Patrick McCabe, Terry Lee Reinhardt.
David Wayne Douglas, James Dennis Helderman, Richard E. Pettit, Richard Francis Johnson Bjork, Rodney William Wilson, Frank Robert Rudia, Max Burton Scheider, Arthur Frederick Huttop, John F. von Essen, Frederick Eugene White, Emil Mike Stoss, Michael Claire Ham, Michael Lee McCartney, Von Galen Hilgren, Paul Leon Stiles, Bernard Philip Cherwinski.
John Brown Wilson, Hobart Jr. Dodson, Danny Eugene Black, Robert Charles Green, Robert William Burns, Gary Wayne Cole, Joseph Peter Donatone, Ronald Ward Brown, Victor Pena Macianceno, David Lloyd Shad Sr., Michael Ernest Williams, William Delano Merritt, Renee Clifford Coleman, Michael Dwayne Otto, Craig Douglas Colby, Joseph A. Macchio.
Richard Siebert, Harold Lee Higgs, Dallas Houston Rowe, Donald Joseph Varali, Jack Ray Korn, Lawrence Walter Eshelman, Timothy Hugh Harris, Ronald Eugene McCarty, Earl Kent Burton, Robert George Dietzman, Rodney Joseph Bluchel, Louis Milan Palmerly, Joseph Francis Borer, Johnny Ray Van Treese, Grady Cecil Usry, Patrick Michael Ingolstadt.
Douglas William Lowry, William Edgar Phillips, Wayne Ethan Berry, James Joseph Kraus, Jackie Petrowski, Michael Morris Van Den End, John Christopher Wolf, Gregory James Miller, Arthur Michael Demopoulos, Alan Dennis Baker, Russell Curtis, Robert Eugene Burris, Kevin Christopher Buckley, William Robert Tainter Jr., Nicholas Bielinski, Leonard Weiss.
Riley D. Westerfield, Jerry Lee Garrett, Ronald John Nichols, Charles Eugene Newcomer, Francis Lee Fagan, John Theodore Fagan, Charles Timothy Souther, David Silva, Edward Michael Connolly, Wayne Warren Eddowes, Ted Leo Aragon, Gary Frederick Soldow, Craig Rodney Barton, Michael Eugene Stevens, George Ronald Goebel, Benjamin Eugene Kinser.
Ronald Robert McHale, Gary Franklin Klingle, Billy John Colhavy, Stephen Cantu Torres, Thomas Leonard Pianco, Donald Ray Chandler, Dennis Lee Jacobs, Warren Paul Savignano, Brian Joseph Becker, Kenneth Lee Johnson, Jerry Lee Mudd, Dennis Edward Caprone, Stephen Lewis Owens, Paul Charles Innes, David John Gonkar, and Leah Anza Gwynn.
Jose F. P. Garule, Bruce Ray Lewis, Thomas Andrew Richards, Paul Allen Bell, Julio Butler, Michael Bill DeLine, Frank William Elberson, Thomas Vincent Provincial, Jackie Evander Cadell, Donald Keith Larson, Barry Edward Norton, Royce Allen Davenport, James Kerr Howes, D.L. Crowell, Larry Jean First, John Daniel Guilford, Richard Carl Newton.
Domingo Joseph Cornelio, Michael Vincent Prestia, Lee Samuel Jones, Philip Ray McKimmey, Raymond Nelson Vanderbeer Jr., Henry DeWitt Porter, Mike Raymond Barkascawil, David Bruce Bean, William Kenneth Finken, Horace Michael Lang, Morris Edwin Greenfield, Lawrence Ray Jantz, Francis James Marion, George Edward Meyer, David Edward Fisher, George Sorowi.
Gerald Wayne Roberts, David George Tabordo, Charles Elias Hengsteller, John Perry Gossett Sr., Henry Lester James Jr., Carrie Paul White, Gregory Deutsch, Michael Francis Sharp, Alton Carr Brock, James Edward Thomas, Herbert Albert Perron, Larry Talton Smith, James Wesley Davidson, Peter Francis Brown, Alan Lewis Fennell, Louis Butch Keene.
Raymond Nelson Vanderbeek Jr., Robert George Heckman, Howard William Terrell, Ronald Lee Terrian, Phillips Howard Wheatley, Alan Ray Price, Gerald Joseph Kowalski, Bruce Michael Gassler, William P. McGraw, James Leroy Hurt, Stanley Cox, Gary Garcia, James Malcolm Terry, Michael Patrick Janus, James William Hollingsworth, Kenneth Robert Morgan, Richard Charles Nelson.
Kenneth Ray Osterbon, David Herbert Thomas, Richard Joseph Granier, Dennis Stephen Furta, Michael Edward Fennell, Donald Norris, Gary Wayne Nelms, Richard Edward Taylor, Lyle Desper Fitzgerald, Ronald Richard Loffman, Gilmer Stephen Branch, David Raymond Omer, Paul Francis Miller, Jr., Frederick Lawrence Lamer, my husband, Bernard Joseph Dunn, Jr., Dennis David Belenga.
Danny Carl Martin, Norbert T. Dinsky, Michael Arthur Kraus, Robert Edward Modelmog, Rodolfo Virgil Schatz, Bernard Robert Stenzel, Ernesto Garcia, Francis E. Kaminsky, Bruce Millard Meservey, Robert Stanley Grief, William Paul Westerman, Paul Francis Polker, Lonnie Roger Nevitt, John Edward Warren, Luther Edward Sullivan, Gerald Francis Pierce.
Gregory Joseph Peterson, George Edward Eggleston, Wayne Roger Key, Ronald William Maple, Herman Darrell Thornburg, Doyle William Lombard, James Patrick Morgan, Edwin Mark Osborne, Donald Wayne Childers, William Edward Bender, Walter Francis Keating, Jeffrey Joseph Peterson, Dwayne Allen Reed, John Gordon Schuff, and my husband, Larry James Kingsbury.
Milton Hatfield Kinney, William Edward Mooney, Thomas Gordon Boren III, Donald Harold Hirsch, Douglas Keith Miller, Gary T. Tryon, Ronald Lee Wise, Adrian Eugene Badger, Dennis Arthur Netco, Stuart Peter Fraser, John Grady Haston, Russell Harold Jacobson Jr., Richard L. Anthony, Alan Davis Sterling, David Alfred Mafia, Grayson Troutman Yetter.
Larry Weldon Hall, Kenneth Joe Bennett, Jack Edward Harney, James John Horvath, Carl Patrick Fitchie, Philip Carman Smith, Ralph Gene Whitman Sr., Edwin Michael Bowman, Merle Wesley Crutcher, Arthur James Gagne, Carol Lee Noland, James Everett Moon, Richard Anthony Lokar, Engelbert Vincent Wheatrek, Roland Dean Porter, Robert Dudley Sawer.
Robert Lee Krull, George Raymond Berry, Charles David Dabney, Frank James Johnson, Lynn Richard Johnson, Dexter Sturgeon, Robert John Jukic, Patrick William Francis, Russell Aldebert Patton, James Edward Smith, Philip Schwinn Cummings, James Jeffrey Hodge, John Kingsland Terry, Robert Earl Jones, James Patrick Miller, Stanley Willis Riddle.
George Edward Koff, James Edward Eggleston, Jeffrey Joseph Petrovsky, Stephen Mendel, John Joseph Keefe, Donald Eugene Bennett, Michael Stephen Hamrick, Donald Ernest Zabawa, Ronald Jennings Adams, Eugene Jonas Ordaz, John Lloyd Wagner, Paul Gerald Lamachella, Robert Clifton Shelton, Charles Frederick Ashley, Terry Richard Bragger, Robert Jackson King, Robert J. Furlong, David Frederick Jacobus, Stephen Armin Gulasarian.
My husband, Antonino Tony Farinella. Arthur Leo Ponte. Daniel Webster Brooks. William Robert Perangeli. Dwight Eugene Maples. Marvin William Walther. Howard Alden DeVise. Ralph Robert Angeletti. William Lloyd Richards. Kenneth Matseth. John Robert Harmon. Daniel Michael O'Grady. Robert Ray Austin. Joseph Harry Harris. Richard Donald Rainier. Gerald Robert Fitzenberger.
Eddie Joe Newell, Edward Paul Swieger, Kevin Francis Delaney, Gregory Raymond Mullen, James William Blackstock, Juan Shirez Lopez, James Edward Thompson, Fred Henry Ernst, Floyd Allen Hall, Charles Thomas Wiseman, Jr., David Joseph Betty, Robert Frederick Ebersbach, Robert Joseph Honoschik, Frank Edward Nowicki, John Stephen Nix, Donald Wayne Bennett,
Ihor Iwan Korniavka, Patsy Joe Ruth, Samuel John Hines, Jerry Allen Johnston, Earl Jean McKinley, Dale Wayne Lawrence, Paul E. Brown, James Allen Longsdon, Stephen Paul Croft, Arlen Lee Balls, Melvin Ray Hopkins, Calvin David Netherland, Gerald Ellis Bean, Nim Guffey, George Louis Ubetta, Terry Murray Dando.
Larry Neil McDaniel, Wallace T. Littlewood, Martin Peter Williker III, James Dravo Herget, Robin Dale Newhouse, Lester James Wilson, Dennis Keith Kepler, Johnny Lloyd Winters, Ralph Leroy Killian, Daniel James Owen, Clinton Randolph Bassett, Charles Franklin Mack, Joseph Jerome Latursky, William Edward Turner, Daniel Lee Botick, Michael James Apollonia.
James Henry Behrens, Donald L. Tucker, Paul Arthur Simino, Herbert McKinley Abels, Anthony Rudolph Matola, Joseph Michael Wilson, Johnny Oral McDonald, William Eugene Ayers, William Kyle Eubanks, James Robert Zimmerman, James Vernon Kosmowski, John Francis Malati, Marshall Lee Mullins, Robert John Pivaroto, Harold Gene Farver Sr., David John Monkellis.
William Lawrence Peacock, Alfonso Luis Pompili, Alton Dean Morris, Dallas Dean Peterson, Ernest Wayne Garrard, Kenneth Wayne Kammeyer, Louis Raymond Packard, Philip Arthur Stroman, Richard John Wager, Danny Dwight Mather, Michael Zimmerman, Kenneth Gale Pullman, Olaf James Pokrajak, John Earl Brooks, Philip Jackson Davis, Marcellus Eugene Klein.
Daniel Anthony Morrow, Richard Wayne Clark, Joseph Edward Duval, Leroy Andrew Hamilton, George Jerome Murphy, Robert Francis Delaney, Harvey Joseph Cagnon, Jerome Matthew Hall, Alfred Estrada Hernandez, Robert Dean Meester, Paul David Urban, Delford Henry Friedhoff, Bobby Roy Allen, Thomas Lee Nagel, David Orville Wilkinson, Jack Chambers Fincher.
Douglas Arthur Johnson, John Henry Culbertson, Richard Charles Lau, Koval Edward Wetmore, Anthony George Benner, Michael James Guess, James Joseph Smith, Charles Albert Johnson, Jesus Antonio Martinez Estrada, Stephen Kent Cutler, Bobby Ray Pack Sr., Bobby Gerald Mabot, Brian Patrick Batigue, Felix Catalino Bonilla, Lester Eugene Brown, Norris Glenn Dunn.
Dennis Dwayne West, Robert J. Hassan, Thomas Alvin Robotham, James Cameron Wark, Donald George Dodd, Mark Mitchell Lipman, Richard E. Valpey, Cleburne E. Atwell, Robert Stanley Golden, Edward Frederick Mishazik, George Ellis Barton, Ricky Lee Lowe, Wilbur Allen Conway, Stephen Roger Bacon, Michael Lee Pengelly, Michael James Rivard.
Gerald William Heidi, Larry Dale Johnson, Gary Wayne Atchison, Eugene Edgar Davis, Lawrence Leland Larson, Lee Allen Whitman, Joseph Wallace Reynolds, James Joseph Smith, Michael James Stanishek, Jerome Francis Patek, Danny Bob Skirvin, Kenneth Walter Waite, Dennis Anthony Reinhold, David Franklin Stewart Sr., Charles Edwards Perkins, James Robert Smoot.
Ralph Lewis Kirby, Robert T. McKinley, Charles Edward Alverson, Robert Allen Hackney, Daniel Allen Ingalls, Ronald Maxon Will, Henry R. Zippay, Billy Hayes Carnell, John Edwin Pierce, Lloyd Edward Faulkner, Curtis Wayne Four, John Edwin Mack, Harris T. McClone, James Joseph Zimmerman, Michael McKelly Frontera, John Driscoll Hardin,
James Edward Leach, Robert Donald Brinkley, Dean Robert Speakman, William Francis Norton, Thomas Dorsey Buckingham, Donald Wayne Spiegel, Dale Edward Wicker, August Stanley Futuma Jr., Carmi Colin Davidson, James Robert Sutton, David Clement Surgis, Chester Lamar Smith Jr., James Milton Adkins Jr., John Lewis Anderson, John Anthony Santer, Paul Henry Witten,
David Lee Summer, Lawrence Michael Sauger, Dale Edward White, Michael Lee Phillips, Otis Houston Edwards, James Robert Lloyd, David Harold Bryson, Richard Charles Grohl, Paul B. Tuininga, Stanford Maples Mullis, Charles Edward Boyette, William Val Montanati, John Raymond Trask, Vasil Bozidaj, Frederick Wilson Gray, Paul Duncan Wolakovich,
Michael Sidneys McCarthy, James Ellis Albertson, Kevin Blaze Fitzpatrick, Kenneth Edward Morrison, George Henry Stevens Edwards, Kenneth Ray Porter, Paul Lewis McMahon, Jeremiah Francis Whittier, Dwayne Eugene Garuch, James T. Dean, Rocky Wayne Cheney, Ronnie McGee Comer, John Michael Besterfield, James Russell Granby, George William Raymond, Danny Baca.
Herbert M. Brooks, Anthony Joseph Salvia, Herman A. Faffard, Paul Frank Stewart, Jacob Clyde Cooter, Marvin Wayne Nemeth, Raymond Clark Calafell, James Boniface Turwey, George Dennis Murphy, Robert Telfer Sitek, Raymond Edward Smith, J. Neil Archibald, Richard Allen Gustafson, Harold Arthur Bailey, Norbert Raymond Rosenbaum, Lyle Dean Sustad,
Charles Edwin Joyce, Edward Anthony Pasilio, Anthony Paul Lee, James Grant Bowles, Patrick Monty Malone, Gunnard Hall Eskilson, Gerald J. Samfi, Richard Layton Evans, Thomas Edward Knock, Lenwood Earl Saunders, Orrin Thomas Spencer, James S. Gaynor, Joel Stewart Schulman, Owen Lee Hoskins, Robert Hughes Whistler, Lauren Patrick Shea.
Jackie Ray Hankins, William Van Arsdale, Raymond Dennis Van Gorder, William Anthony Collins, Daniel Kyle Drummond, Richard Joseph John Hopkins, Teddy Earl Melvin, Franklin William Getter, David Dwayne Anderson, Charles Wade McGuire, John Pace Ward, John Keith Miskimmons, Stephen Paul Tackwell, Wilbur James Harvey, Alan Raymond Alberti, Thomas Edward Dunnington,
Lindell Joe Rawls, Ciro Antimo Viento, James Richard Wright, Ross Harrison Hall, Patrick Dehan Wells, Lawrence Edward Bartow, John Michael Porth, James David Chaney, John Daniel Grounds, Donald Hama, Alan John Schultz, Joseph Ostrowitzki, Glenn Stanley Wojcik, Donald Michael Moses, Floyd Edward Worthy, Charles Lawrence Burkhart.
Pedro Castillo, Thomas Henry Alls, David Eder Gottwald, Frank Paul Griffo, James Robert Shabline, Ronald Gordon Woolery, William Stanley Hacker, Kurt Lewis Johnson, Gerald Chester Horton, Marvin Lorenzi Ferguson, Bruce Stephen Shashi, Gary Stephen Carr, John Douglas MacArthur, Albert Chester Williams, Dick Ray Kirksey, Francis Edward Bell.
Howard William Morey, Billy Marshall Thomas, Billy Wayne Fairchild, John Wilfred Sando, Robert Edward Bruno, Robert Mesa Leon Guerrero, Ronnie Wayne Combs, Edward Eugene Sly, Richard Wayne Rhodes, Charles Robert Bayless, Kenneth Dale Ostanek, Thomas Joseph Smith, Lawrence James Chartinitz, Steve Wayne Brooks, Larry Dean Eckert, Michael David Coase.
Harry William Smith, Doyle McLean Cothran, Michael Lee King, Vincent Lee Macy, William Phillips, John J. Martin II, James Edward Ringquest, John William Seaman, Richard Lee Wobst, Mark Guy, Dennis Edward Huey, Alfred Michael Magram, Christian Ingwer Poltz Jr., Steve Barrett, Donald Cheville Atkinson, Richard Allen Whitney.
Gail Martin Alden, my father, Robert Malcolm Wright, Roderick Richard Swigert, Edward Elmer Ebenhoe, Kenneth Edward Hilligoss, Alan Kornblum, Jerry Donald Bradford, Stephen Joseph Limbo, Franklin Joseph Passantini, Anthony Peter Garcia, Joseph Lynn McNair Sr., Kenneth Michael Hickey, Lawrence Joseph Darcy, Lloyd David Friel, Robert James Belterman, Patrick P. Snay.
Vincent Enrique Dueñas, Claude Lovell Harlow, Larry Ellis Otterbach, Wendell Otis Lancaster, John Hamilton Gottwald, Howard John Custer, Lucky Douglas Cartwright, Robert Lynn Parrott, Michael Lyle Brown. My husband of 46 years, Doyle Lee Richardson Jr., Richard Frank Rivera, Paul Hilton Woods, Robert Francis Barrett, William Michael Tewalt, Lawrence Dale Benson, Larry Cleaves.
Ronnie Amul Reeves, Charles William Stefan, Robert Conrad Cayley Antone, David Green, William Anthony Hamilton, Lyle Edward Lacey, Francis J. Morin, Eugene Charles Liban, John Peter Jack Jr., Theodore Ray Kettle, David Francis Petzelt, Michael Lee Rivas, my father, Richard C. Hodges, Gary Delane French, George Edward Kessel Jr., Larry Eugene Nowak.
Robert Lee Brunn, William Joseph LaRusso, Lenny Lee Livermore, John Michael Palmer, Thomas Brian Dorian, Ernest John Easterday, Ralph Anthony Garcia, William McKinley Hughes, Larry Dale Mitchell, Thomas Andrews Barnhill, John Joseph Burns, Timothy Francis Casey, Otto John Schrupp, Alan F. McGuire, Jorge Sanchez, Stephen John Perlacki.
Kenneth Charles Bell, David Allen Bymiller, Arthur William Cochran, Daniel J. Lindsay, Paul D. Silis, Gerard Glenn Vanderhoof, Donald Jean Atchley, Dennis Anthony Junta, David Franklin Ojibwe, Charles Edward Hanson, Dale Robert Staton, Carl Howard Nauer, Addison Owens Miller, Perry Elliott Flaniuk, Ronald Lee Smith, George Wallace Carr.
Philip L. Driscoll, Robert Michael Hicks, Max Eugene Baston, Jimmy Lewis Palmer, Marvin Williams, Paul Valdemar Lorenz, Bruce C. Kiefer, John Gilbert Agston, Robert James Oberlees, Jerome John Olhert, John Robert Collins, Howard Lester Bonice, Jr., Robert William Kepner, Jonathan Dwayne Johnson, Clinton Douglas Foss, Jr., Bernard Andrew Parr.
Robert Thomas Gruba, Arnold Blaine Bondley, William Christian Larson, James Allen Bletner, Robert Michael Ryan, Randolph Edward Reese, Leo Dozier, John Robert Hoff, Leonard James Shields, Oliver Cornelius Townsell, Joseph John Vanciulo, Adolfo Gonzalez, John Leslie Hepner, Patrick Wayne Beard, Henry W. Buss, Arthur Armand Pullen.
Carl H. Molish, William James Daniels, Jerry Moreland, David Lee Granada, George Francis Lacey, Donald Michael Stein, Harold Glenn Payne, Joseph Ruthberg, Clyde L. Van Winkle, Joseph George Felke, James L. Langford, Joseph Paul Mullarts, Meredith Hugh Smith, Ronald Blaine Schmidt, James S. Jeffers, James Dennis Rogers.
John Anthony Shetty, Stephen Herman Garcia, James Michael McFarland, Charles Dibburn Davis, Louis Kiefer, Paul William Dinovich, Dominic Joseph Gabriel, Sanford Allen Graham, Thomas A. Richards, Richard Joseph Giarusso, Jerry Kenneth Pegram, Malcolm James Stanford, Joseph John D. Genova, Benno Philip Lair, Edward J. Feely, Darrell Paul Lawrence.
Larry J. Sparks, Larry Emmett Gross, Roger Lynn Melser, James Howard Lange, Donnie Lee Baker, Robert Dwayne Kitchell, Sam Burke Ware, David Joseph Saucier, John F. Bork, Michael Earl Downey, James Leonard Howard, Joseph Thomas Keene, Clifton Cornelius Jr., Robert Howard Ross, Stephen L. Auerbach, James Michael Webb.
Joseph Anthony Samini, William Dennison Richmond, John Arthur Lloyd Davies, James Leslie Carpenter, Clyde Clayton Peters, Randolph James Straka, James B. Anderson, Harold E. Morrow, Kyle Wayne Letterman, William Oliver Honeycutt, Greg Eugene Church, James L. James, Clarence Bernard Julio Garcia, Andrew Ivan Raskin, Daryl Lionel Meadows, and my friend Leo K. Thorsness.
Craig Stanley Sawmiller, Harry Richard Boring, Michael John Dooley, John Hildery Tenner, James Richard Vassaux, Ronald Jean Davis, Nicholas Werner Denman, Dennis K. Thompson, Francis James Connors, Kenneth Michael DePenning, Elbert Dale Engeldow, Dale William Mulsoff, Russell James Freet, Stanley Howard Marsan, Wayne Barker, Donald Edward Wooleck.
Harold Leon Sullivan, Alfred Elif Scar, Arnold S. Carrasco, Douglas Warren Hammond Sr., Merlin Glenn Crippen, Thomas Burrow Bailey, Kenneth Ronald Pacheco, Cletus Randall Whitaker, James Robert Hanley Sr., Nathan Leonard Brusso Sr., John Stephen Price, Robert James Jeffrey, James William Rionis, Michael Richard Straw Sr., Robert Brzezowski, Francis McWilliam Stevens.
Herbert Lee Smith Sr., Dennis William Kennedy, Gregory John Marciello, Thomas Richard Curry, Dale Jean Miller, Michael Robert Moore, James Dale Butte, Daniel Paul Panic, Billy Claude Reeves, Bruce Robert McLaughlin, Ronald H. Boombala, Gennaro Quinones, David Joe Hofditz, John William Owens, Ansel Kahn, Britt Watson.
Paul Victor Schumacher, James Arnold Wirtz, Edgar J. Jensen Jr., Elmo Leo Bon Couture, Ronald Leroy Arndt, Ray Holloway, my husband Michael Dale Anderson, Walter Oliver Walt Ginn, Michael Rogers Leos, Paul Allen Moneymaker, Olin Reed Queen, Earl Thomas Wiley, Gary Lewis Sass, William Joseph Dance Zuski Jr., Jack Gregory Bean, Edward Carl Hokins.
Donald L. James, Arnaldo S. Carrasco, Leonard Allen Smith, James Robert Crago, Richard Armando Gomez, Stephen Michael Wistrand, John Steve Berry, Terrence Tyrone Decker, Henry Heminzer Hernandez Jr., Donald Orval Bartnick, Albert F. Crowder, Donald Bruce Cook, Dennis Lee Kelleher, William Richard Sampe, Rafael Rosalio Acosta, Joseph Louis Barthel, Ronald D. Flugler, Dale Eugene Prindle.
Paul James Sabka, James Richard Wells, David Allen White, Eddie Dale Earls, Arville Lee Osborne, William Wallace Werner, Raymond Paul Gazzo, Lawrence William McNichol, Frank John Kruger, John Norman Gross, Donald Reed Joyner, James Harvey Estop, Gary Frederick Schiappa, Leland Burnell West, Richard Francis Franey, Robert Anton Leopold, Sr.
Leonard David Zaleski, William Robert Pierce, Alan Francis Sturgis, Edward A. Moore, Stephen Dale Wynyard, John Edward Russell, Harry Gregory Hensley, Ronald Lee Boros, Daniel F. Schmidt, Gary Dwight Dollar, Michael Edward Beaverson, Louis Jean Miller, John Frank Dawson Sr., John Thomas Colgan, George Wesley Medley, Joseph Sam Pamela.
Ellery Jean Smith, Roger Wayne Rutherford, William Gauscher, Calvin Russell Crabtree, Carlos Jose Uresti, David Lee DeCorte, Patrick Lester McClure, William Thomas Conroy, Charles W. Gondor, Rodney Earl Winchester, Roderick James Keenan, Stephen Howard Reitinger, Eugene Kessler, Joseph Robert Moore, Andrew Irvin Potter, Paul Houston Woods.
Irving Collins, William Leroy Jenkins Jr., Thomas Laporto, Richard A. Drennan, Thomas Jackson Gillis, Ronald Hayes Maston, Frederick Joseph Klein, James Michael Gentry, Frank Christian Schwab, Gary P. Lott, Frank Michael Salino, Fred L. Meyer Jr., Lloyd Michaels, John Raymond Gallant, Harold John Allen Helms, Gene Stanley Bowers.
Ronald Lawrence Hurwitz, Billy Ray Brown, Maximo Garcia Jasso, Daniel Bernard Starchersky, William Cecil Brown, Peter Noel McDougall, Carlos M. Polanco, David Anthony Tortorich, William M. English, Mark G. Hannon, Thomas Russell Bumgarner, Larry Lee Yoakum, Bruce Richard Pearson, Lauren Richard Hodge, William Clark Middlebrooks, David Scott Foster.
Tony Michael Patterson, Robert Frederick Contreras Sr., Harry Avery Smith, Lloyd Earl Southern, Michael Stephen Belay, David Arnold Retterstorff, Charles Ronald Taylor, Larry Stephen Miles, David Ray McGoey, Richard Michael Overholzer, Justin J. Donnelly Sr., Robert Lee Stevens, Edward Lee Barr, John Patrick Kaner, Ronald James Brome, Gerald Anthony Rogers.
Irvin Eugene Kessler, Benedict Harold Littlejohn, Charles Edward Clatterbuck, Robert Victor Montano, Cecil Wayne Matthews, Ronald Paul Halloran, John Charles Koenig, Stephen J. Rumnuck, Joe J. Ursoy, Robert Edward Glennon, Edward Earl Stevens, Donald Lee Wanke, Orion Rusk, Billy Ray Ward, W.C. Pepper, Charles Robert Chrisman, James A. Goff.
Alva Lee Goss, Robert Edward Toland, Richard Charles Watson, Richard Meyer Hotchkiss, James Allen Detch, Dennis Bradley Marsoles, Jim Contine, Donald Lee Yielding, James Oliver Otterness, James Albert Dick, Escom Thompson, Eugene Ray Cochran Jr., Edward Kenneth Grussing, William Lynn Yarger Sr., Arthur Joseph Healy, Michael Ray Livingston.
Michael Robert Swartwood, David Ernest Heffelbauer, Billy Lee Haney, Brian Dennis Cole, Kenneth Wayne Harrelson, Fred A. Woolard, Jimmy Dale Lindeman, Michael Wayne Miller, Lawrence Raymond Hagin, Gary Jean Denton, Roland E. Sisk, Russell E. Denman, Jimmy Andrew Davis, Roger William Hathaway, Patrick Michael Farrell, Oscar Rene Cavazos.
Philip Thomas Eldon, Glenn Charles Smith, Paul Alexander DeLuca, Marcus Bryant, Porfirio Rudy Macias, John Carroll Bonville, Richard Douglas Clark, Joseph D. Breslin, Richard Arthur Punzel, Freddie James Owens, John Curtis Clary, Archie Clark, Stephen Jerry Michnikowski, Robert Claude Arnold, Robert Allen Curtin, Ralph David Garrett.
James Brian Hansen, Charles John Wilkinson, James Nicholas Shawlin, Charles Russell Hess, Jack Allen Folsom, John Francis Dachi, Robert Allen Cook, William Edward Thibodeau, Theodore Bruce Willis, Stephen Richard Stoddart, Gary Toms, Robert Willis Montgomery, Ronald Jerry Dean, Sidney Arthur Milligan, Raymond Lee Lotz, Joseph Gerald McCartney.
Donald Dwight Higgins, William Franklin Weaver, Barry Vincent Cadro, Dennis Roland Decker, John J. Buliza, Otis Donald Hudson, David Robert Boyd, Donald Howard Jones, Daniel Wilbur Klinger, Stephen J. White, Paul Jr. Everett Griggs, Dennis John Brady, Ruley Jr. Stovall, Richard J. Osborne, Bradley Ronald Prater, Larry Michael Pistol.
William Michael Tignor, Paul Edward Slicker, Thomas Demetrius Mikulski, Michael Yakic, Richard Paul Bohan, Paul W. Clement, Billy Jean Blakely, Robert E. Smith, Albert Dennis Travail, Arnold Hempstone Appleby, Samuel Keene Jones, Jerry Ray Selby, John Allen Balcon, James Beecher Dollins, Charles L. Murray, Frank Timothy Driscoll.
Ralph Jordan, Jimmy John McGraw, Richard Albert Trisco, Ronald Leon Weiniger, Anthony G. Demito, Edgar Alice Fauché, Larry Charles Balls, Howard Bernard Atwater, John E. Geib, Robert Earl Hanson, James William Wood, Timothy Paul Davis, Albert Earl Zuber, Wallace Kaleo Kalani Beck, Terry Dean McFeeters, Michael Anthony Edwardson.
Marvin Ray Muir, Gary Lynn Standard, Donald Blair Crow, William Charles Zellman, Ronald James Lamboy, Stan Francis Gaulis, John Joseph Valente, Richard T. Woodbury, Daniel Lewis Schick, Salvatore Anthony Matina, Hugh Nathan McNeil, Philip Wayne Fletcher, Keith William Lape, Elmer Leroy Lawrence, Louis Edward Curry, Robert Edward Dolan.
Chester Munzak, Terry Elmer Fix, George F. Erickson, Michael Lawley, Francis Cornelius Rourke, Thomas Albert Dallas, Charles Donald Hare, Charles Joseph Lovier, Eugene Brooks, Lawrence Thomas Conception, Burl Keith Hamby, William Robert Griggs, Patrick Thomas Gibbs, Otis James Snyder, Richard Bartlett, James Ware Landreth.
James Vincent Toscano, Jack R. Arnold, Lauren Dennis Rickenbaugh, Wendell James Walker, Thomas Bridges, Joseph Charles Bruno, Robert Walter D'Souza, Lee Allen Vickers, Jack L. McCullough, Ricky Fischel, Randall Claire Dotker, Nestle Derek Sutton, John Wendell Ball, John F. Glenn, Gary Howell Hackworth, Scott L. Schneck.
Dwayne James Barnard, Ray Arthur Wagner, Gordon Lauren Hartley, Harley Lee Rayburn, Craig Dwight Ford, James William McDaniel, Coy Brevard Bell, Dennis Leonard LaRoque, James Joseph Tebby, Dennis Robert McCulloch, James Stephen Woody, Clifton L. Hobbs, Jeffrey Lee Gordon, James M. DeRico, Joe Dean Marlowe, Gilbert George Nauer.
Gary Allen Beniz, Richard Donald Lutz, John Lawton Howlett, Gary Lynn Hendry, David Springer Martin, William Kenneth Green, Thomas Roy Taylor, Michael J. Ferguson, Frank George Machowski, Leon Keith Greiner, Robert Allen Sandgren, David Fault Harris, Timothy Ray Tenney, Frank Thomas Gunter, Michael John Robichaud, Roger Ernest Mayer.
Michael Toland, Salvador Alfredo Montoya, Richard D. Newell, Luis Gutierrez, Stephen R. Peterson, Ronald Lee Swanson, James Marion Higdon, Paul A. LaFountain, Robert Paul McDuffie, Albert Whitfield Bumstead, James Robert Hasenor, Anthony Villaggio, Gary Neil McGinty, Donald Lee Mitchell, Cyril Lonnie Pahanui, and my brother Terry Robert Wright.
William Harrison Hart, Nikki Lee Kleinfelter, Paul Douglas Geis, Earl Richard Ostrike, James Perry Thompson, Teddy Rushing, Ross William Stephen, Gary Allen Homan, Harold Rhodes McDonald, Theodore Charles Delto, Timothy Wayne Stein, Terry Lee Poster, Jerry Lee Floyd, David Burden Weltite, Louis Albert Chappelle, John Charles Grensinger.
Bruce Leonard Janisweski, Patrick Dale Beaver, Dennis Charles Hindman, Harold Leslie Rife, Robert Edward Dahl, Dennis Richard Holland, John Moore, Gregory Francis Hollinger, Kevin Bradley Williams, Lafayette Mason Smith, Ronald Dennis Schnepp, Donald Baxter Hall, James Albert Tufts, Anthony W. Cascio, Bobby Jean Payne, Leo Allen Battle.
Terrence Douglas Mellick, George Leslie Munch, Norman Jean Rosendahl, Ronald E. Booth, Roland James Mitchell, Richard Allen Clark, William A. McManus, Stephen James Borchert, Richard Lee Cree, Jerry Randall Arnold, Thomas Leo McQuillan, Robert Jeremiah Krebs, Robert Clifton Regan, John L. Regal, Terry Altus Stanfield, Richard Edward Murphy.
Joseph W. Chapman, Maurice Martin Ullhorn, Ronald Charles Strain, Dennis Michael Lynch, Ronald Wayne Camp, John Clifford Johnson, Richard Clyde Vigus, Frank John Foyt, Raymond Joseph Obar, Denner Alexander Astic, David J. Braze, Benjamin Flores, James Stephen Kelly, Raymond Arthur Hestres, Philip Wade, Byron Allen Selvage.
James Ronald Weigel, Gary Dwayne Abernathy, Arnold James Doty, Jeff Silverman, Bradley Hermanson, Ronald Roy Nickercorn, Clifford James Treese, Robert Allen Feisler, William E. Childers, Ronald Mark Bain, Peter Martin Burrell, Terry Dean Hamlin, Darrell Paul Siebert, James Michael Christensen, Billy Glenn Myatt, Ryan Dillon Burke.
Dale Owen Spurlock, Joseph Dimps, Barry Davis English, James Randolph Keynes, Steve Jones, Robert Samuel Barlow, Tommy Byrne Jones, my husband, Robert Charles Schultz, Stephen C. Thaxton, David Mendoza, Delbert Lee Shores, Roger A. Oakes, Michael Douglas Gutas, Michael John Bragg, Eddie Dean Arnold, Martin J. Hirsch.
Charles Ray Bradfield, William Lee Locke, James Clyde McGuire, Roger L. Booth, John Bosco Tucker, Carl W. Wagner, James Joseph Dolan, Larry Allen Dobson, Forrest James Meechan, Lawrence Neil McLaughlin, Bruce Andrew Hilt, Michael Lee Reynolds, Joseph Gerard Buckley, James Robert Carmichael, Kenneth L. Ozoic, David L. Raynar.
Darrell Chapman, James Alvey McGarity, Bobby D. Mullins, Michael William O'Toole, Daniel Lee Beese, Malcolm Cameron Hardy, Cloyd Martin Cheney, Norman Ness, Kenneth Charles Philman, William James Goldman, David Lee Stone, Chalmer Strunk, Salvatore Louis DeLuca, William Henry Ward, Raymond E. Lyons, John Patrick Schultz.
Timothy Jean Oshesky, Charles Oliver May, Edward Terry Peacock, Rodolfo Zertuk, Stephen Riley Moore, William R. White, Anthony Harold Harris, Terrence Wayne Dickinson, Paul Freeman Lee, Robert Powell Taylor, Kenneth Lee Kennedy, Gerard Eloy Obe, Benjamin C. Tucker, Jack Grady Dias, Robert Carl Simon, Douglas A. Moylan.
Michael Paul Snyder, William Douglas Tate, Paul Martin Del Mastro, Michael Anthony Verdi, Dale K. Wingate, Dale Glenn Peterson, Lawrence Richard Walsh, Richard Thomas Post, Donald Allen Walsh, Stanley Dwayne Cillian, David Lawrence Ward, Thomas Augustus Temple, Richard Spencer Davis, Larry Van Buren Robinson, Brian G. Conley, Dennis Charles Sears.
Stephen C. Prince, Eugene Clarence White, David Hardin Gouge, Jerry Martin O'Neill, Eusebio Barones Avila, Wayne Lee Talley, Thomas Eugene Tinker, Carl Joseph Charette, Robert Lee Hughes, John E. Shepard, Brent Allen Williams, Randy Foster Yarborough, Michael C. Mishler, William Joseph Tremonti, Joseph H. Dussault, James Edward Grant,
Robert Melvin Griffiths, David Christian Bernreuter, Michael Reddington, James Francis Wood, Stephen William Hesh, Patrick John Serena, Arturo Acosta, Patrick McCarthy, Robert Richard Hardy, Raymond J. Knight, Larry Lee Nunemacher, Patrick Ray Dupuis, Thurman G. Kingsley, Thomas F. Diego, Stephen Byers Fish, James Elmer Keener.
James David Collette, William Robert Stokes, James P. Maloney, Paul Jr. Dellinger, Samuel Raymond Mulsky, Robert J. Weiss, Donald Floyd Crow, Herman David Burris, Stephen Wayne Barnes, Jerry Dean France, Nicole Robert Jeanette, Floyd Edward Burns, Larry Albert Bowers, Kenneth E. Satterfield, Thomas L. Conte, James Raymond Hill.
Jaime Enrique Escabi, Patrick Joseph Stuber, Benjamin Arnold Busby, David Joseph Penzinski, Gordon M. McPhee, Wendell Craig, Dennis Leroy Christian, James William Carband, Dennis Lavallee, Raymond Charles Reynolds, Kenneth Eugene Hadley, Leland J. Stoddard, Daniel Lee Weaver, Elias Peregrino, William George Henning, James C. Carroll.
Charles J. Pennington, Robert Lee Tallman, Willie Frank Anderson, Arthur Richard Flanagan, Alan Bruce Cody, Alan W. Strout, James Gordon Langford, James Dale Kennemere, Glenn Lionel Peterson, Stanley Sidlowski, Thomas Michael Doherty, my father David Anthony Mason, Frank Anthony Filoso, James George Wegener, Wayne Alvin Corliss, Wilfredo Rodriguez.
Glenn Patrick Valaroso, Glenn Arthur Vermette, Thomas Howard Hall, David Ray Cox, Lawrence Eugene Kuhn, Thomas Laverne Kelly, Russell Owen Dalton, Louis Allen Hamblin, Archangel Rodriguez, Earl Jerome Powell, Richard Allen Filippi, George Albert Goncars, David Ney Hutchinson, Stanley Allen Ferguson, Roger A. Wilson, William Cullen.
William R. McCall, Robert F. Barr, Michael Charles Rochelle, Thomas Edward Beck, Henry Joseph Podlazewski, Frederick Emerson Eckley, James H. A. Franks, Elmer A. O'Brien, Sammy Jackson Kinnett, Richard Cortez Brown, Legree Hairston, Anthony Manfroni, Fred Rankin Michelle, Calvin Leroy Corley, Jerry Delbert Lenhart, John R. Williams.
Joe N. White, Ronald J. Dobbs, Jerome Joseph Palomino, George Edward Bob, William Thomas Beale, Ray Darrow, Joseph Edward McWaters, Carl Dean Krabs, Philip Wayman Holdaway, Richard Gale Street, Donald Richard Cannon, Dennis Glenwood Deems, Rodney H. Torrance, Howard A. Mead, Richard Allen Benton, and Richard Lauren Frost.
Michael Allen Nash, Carl Thomas Beelman, Delbert Efford Kibler, John Percy Young, Talma Joe Fowler, Norman Francis Strasser, Morris Dan Wright, Gerald Clayton Hoon, Peter David Andres, Barry Allen Gallus, Raymond Barnett, James Henry Rose, Gordon Bennett Porterfield, George Arthur Simmer, Frank Joseph Gubala, James Robert Davis.
James B. Maloney, Nicola Robert Jeanette, Corsino Toro, Joseph Vincent Tallarico, Michael D. Burns, Fred Savarni, Donald Martin Freeman, Barry Wayne Miller, Brian Arthur Kolb, Ricardo Lecklider Reyes, Richard Frederick Fick, Richard Lee Johnson, Donald Paul Olds, John B. Meacham, Bradley Cochise Barnett, Mario Galvin, Robert Charles Rands, Terry Lee Tiffany.
Michael George Najarian, Michael Lewis Schrock, Paul Lewis Stoudemire, Dwight T. Powers, Robert Francis Williams, Peter James Hondell, Vincent Bavario, my loving and caring brother, Frank Evan McGlinchey, Frank Patrick Rogers, William Dwayne Hunt, William Kelton Carey, John Charles Robinson, Jaroslaw Klimek, Johnny Owens Anderson, Brian Evans Gorman, and Edward David Santiago.
Leonard E. Clark, Rodney Dwight Higgins, Dennis R. Gasser, Stephen Jack Hellerstein, David Chester Beggs, Florencio Ramirez, Marvin Wayne Poser, Ronald Stephen Williams, James Nicholas Wynn, Dennis Anthony Zgardzinski, Dennis Anthony Zgardzinski, John J. Finley, John Bolin Brown, David K. Reese, Robert Edward Box, Edward Andrew Johnson, Raymond Charles Wood.
Darrell William Bowman, William Steve Meineke, Patrick Ryan Farrell, Craig M. Phillips, Obie Alexander Franklin, Leo Anthony Schaefer, Louis Malcolm Totten, William Baker Carlton, John Edward Callis, David William Burt, Alan Ray Hancock, Edward William Hennessy, Wayne Douglas Foster, Robert L. Reeves. My husband, Richard Allen Reed. Keith Taylor Harsh.
Fred Rankin Michael. Michael Patrick Rogers. Yaroslav Klimek. Johnny Owen Anderson. Arthur Denver Thomas. Michael Stanley Piccola. Frederick Allen Hummel. Ronald Lee Brown. John Stephen Signarowicz. Gary Ralph Oltz. James David Kesselring. William Alexander Hewitt. Joseph John Pavlik. Malcolm Frank Armstrong. James Edwin Rich Creek. Neil August Burke. Stuart W. Ballard. Roger Wayne Brown. Salvatore E. Popolo. Howard Adler Malone.
Gordon K. Pollute. Hi, Jen. Danny E. Kingsley. Carol Paul Peterson. Lee F. Ledette. Ricardo R. Sanchez. Lance Eric Scholes. Robert G. Towitz. William Barrel Reynolds. Patrick Charles Moynihan. Alan Earl Bach. Horace Wayne Crow. And my husband, Jose Ramon Velez Morello. Dennis Dean Burmeister. David Calamomi Carmen. Bruce Anthony Jenkins. Lawrence Joseph Steins.
Jack Orville Kuhlman, John Carl Blackburn, James Patrick McWilliams, Francisco Adrian Morales, Kenneth Ray Nichols, and our final name on the list today, Mike Quirk. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of our 2022 In Memory Honor Roll Call. We will end our ceremony today with the playing of taps by Yari Villanueva.